Good morning, all. My name is Tim Murphy, and appreciate everyone coming, spending your time here with us today in the room, and there's so many online, both visual and audio. Thank you. This is an important meeting. It's a big deal. It's pulling together a 2-year cycle for season setting, and leading up to it, many in the room, I recognize you from meetings, and those online took time out over the past months to meet in towns throughout Idaho, offer suggestions, listen to biologists on the data that's been gathered over the past 2 years leading up to this, sportsmen, sportswomen, landowners. And then I want to send my appreciation to the Idaho Department of Fish and Game staff who come to those meetings with the best data possible, the best science, and then pull together those comments they hear and work up proposals that we'll hear today. And it gets tough over time. You know, the pie is just so big out there for resources, and all of us are looking for our fair share of a fixed pie. And as Idaho grows, that gets tougher. We've got great biology, really good empirical science that way. And we've got social science, and it's all about trying to get the best fit, maintain healthy wildlife in the state for us and for future generations, and meeting local needs, community needs. Housekeeping wise, I don't think I've got anything like last night. We don't have timed speakers or anything like that. Those are simply my opening comments. I'm going to ask the commission if there are any agenda changes. And I'd like to start with Region 1 Commissioner, and we'll introduce ourselves for those who weren't here last night.
Dave Bobbitt, Region 1.
Don Ebert, Region 2.
Tim Murphy, Region 3.
Greg Cameron, Region 4.
Jordan Charette, Region 5.
Derek Atterbury, Region 6.
Good morning, Ron Davies, Region 7.
Thank you, commissioners. And as is our usual approach, I'm going to turn to our new director, Jim Fredericks. I got to stop saying new director.
Yeah, I'll give you one meeting.
Yeah, well, a week in that job can seem like several months. There's a whole time warp in there. So I'd like to turn to Director Fredericks to go over briefly and review comments from last night.
Thank you, Chairman. Appreciate the opportunity. Yeah, so we had an excellent public turnout last night. Overall, we had, 29 people testify by my count. We also had additional comments that were submitted in advance of the meeting by Idaho Farm Bureau and by North Idaho Whitetails Forever, which each of you have in your package of materials. So the main issues that we heard last night were related to action items, and those were 5B, which is a petition to close trapping in Unit 39 and require signage for traps at trailheads and along trails. And then agenda item 5C, which is big game season setting. And then we had several folks that commented on both of those issues as well as a few others. So I'll just summarize those, starting with the comments related to the petition for trapping restrictions in Unit 39 and signage on trails and trailheads. So of the 29 people that offered testimony, 10 did not support the petition for a rule requiring the signage or a request to further restrict trapping in Unit 39. We heard from individuals that represented Idaho Trappers Association, Idaho Cattlemen's Association, Foundation for Wildlife Management, and via written comments, the Idaho Farm Bureau. One commenter noted the importance of trapping as a useful tool in managing nuisance animals and depredations, examples, problem beavers, chicken-eating raccoons, coyotes, etc. Comments related to big game season setting. Most of the comments were related to the Weiser bear units, 22 and 32. 5 people testifying did not support the proposal that was scoped with the public to modify the boundary of the controlled hunt area to the national forest boundary, saying that it would be very difficult to implement and enforce. We had one person that did support the scope proposal and 2 others didn't support it as scope, but suggested an alternative of limiting the over-the-counter hunt to private land. One commonality that we heard amongst several of them was a desire to see the last 2 weeks in September reopened to the use of hounds. That was changed 2 years ago due to perceived conflicts with archery elk hunters. Other input related to big game season setting, we had representatives from Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife and the Idaho Wild Sheep Foundation that commented in support of the proposal to increase mountain lion harvest in units 41 and 42 to improve bighorn sheep survival. We had a recommendation to decrease the elk B tags in the Elk City zone from 1,432 to 1,200 due to bull elk objectives not being met. We had a request not to lengthen the elk season in unit 39. 2 people commented that they appreciated the reconsideration of the unit 54 bull tags and the elimination of antlerless mule deer harvest in Magic Valley region. Express support and appreciation of the staff for listening to them. 2 people were not supportive of the proposal to cut the unit 45 early controlled antler elk hunt. 5 individuals, including representatives from the Idaho Trappers Association, the Idaho Cattlemen's Association, the Foundation for Wildlife Management, supported the proposed changes to wolf hunting and trapping season. One comment was encouraging the reconsideration of the public land trap enclosures in unit 48 and 49. We had 4 individuals that expressed concern about mountain lion populations and encouraged the commission to consider quotas at some point. Non-action items, we had 1 person concerned about thermal imaging and encouraged the commission to consider rulemaking to deal with that increasing use of that practice. I'll just note for the commission, we do have slated our zero-based rulemaking process for Chapter 8, which is what that would be associated with. That would be taken up next year. So that would be the appropriate opportunity, and I expect to hear a lot more discussion about that technology and other technologies as we review Chapter 8. 1 person was interested in requiring the salvage of bear and lion meat. We had 2 individuals, one on behalf of Idaho Conservation League, comment on the shortcomings of the wolf management plan. That is not an action item for this commission meeting, but we'll be taking that up likely in May. We had 1 commenter testify about his concerns over the Lava Ridge wind energy proposal. We had 1 individual who wanted to speak with someone about fisheries and the closures to a section of the South Fork Salmon River Chinook fishery, and I did see him catch up with Chief Hebden after the meeting. And then finally, we had had an oral and written history of the whitetail tag in the Clearwater region and his perspectives on whitetail management. Mr. Chairman, that summarizes the public input.
Thank you, Director. Commissioners, our consent calendar items are before us. That's the minutes from the past meeting and financials. And unless there is an objection to that, they'll be adopted. I'm looking to the commissioners. Okay. The consent calendar is now adopted, and we'll proceed with the agenda items for today, starting with action items. And the first is season setting for the spring Chinook salmon fisheries. Chris Sullivan, an Adremis Fish Coordinator, will present that. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Director Fredericks. I appreciate being here today to present agenda item 5A, which is the season setting for the spring Chinook salmon fisheries. A little bit about myself before I get started. I started with the department back in 2005 in various capacities in the Fisheries Bureau, and I've been in my current position as the Adremis Fisheries Coordinator for a little over 5 years now. More importantly, I'm also an avid salmon fisherman, and so presenting this agenda item to all of you today is especially important and interesting to me. So with that, let's get started. I'm going to start with a basic timeline just to familiarize all of you and some of the newer commissioners about the processes for Chinook salmon season setting. This process actually started last December during the end of the previous run when we do our what's called run reconstruction and forecasting process. We account for all of the fish We make forecasts for this coming season. Our fish managers take that information and they turn that into the proposals that you're all going to see or that you've all seen and will be acting on today. In February, we take those proposals and to the public through the public input process, and that occurs in February. And I'll be going into a little bit of that in a future slide here. And from that public input, the fish managers turn that into the actual proposals that we are presenting today. And that gets us to March in this timeline, which is where we are, where we're acting, and the commission will be setting the Chinook salmon seasons. In April, those fisheries will hopefully open on April 22nd in the Clearwater Basin, the lower salmon, the snake, and the little salmon river. Those fisheries will run, of course, until we reach our harvest share or until the date that is set by all of you for a closure. Moving further into the season, in May, we'll be coming back to all of you with our summer Chinook seasons. That will cover areas like the Lochsa River in the Clearwater, the South Fork salmon, as well as the Upper Salmon River. And those fisheries typically open in mid to late June. Moving on from that, the fisheries will wrap up usually in anywhere from June to early August. And then we'll transition into the period for fall Chinook in mid-August. Recall that during the 2022 to 25 season setting for, 2022 to 24 season setting process for the fisheries rules booklet, we included the fall Chinook seasons within those, so we won't be coming back to you with the same process for the fall Chinook seasons. Looking below that timeline, I just put a few of the actual field operations that are occurring during the season that all of our fisheries staff participate in. The run monitoring starts basically now and continues all the way through August. Harvest monitoring will occur once the fisheries open and pretty much runs continuously through the end of October for salmon seasons. And then we have hatchery trapping and spawning that begins in May. When these fish reach up to their spawning grounds, the wild fish are out there and we have crews out there surveying them as well. There's one piece of this that I want to spend a little bit more time on, and that's the run monitoring during the migration. So the proposals that we brought to you today are based on forecasts, and those forecasts come with a certain degree of uncertainty. And so we have the fortunate ability up here in Idaho to monitor these fish runs as these fish are moving up through the hydro system, through both the Columbia and the lower Snake River. As they're passing those 8 dams on their way up, they go through these fish ladders, which are pictured in the bottom right corner of this screen. Within those fish ladders are counting windows, which is the top photo there, and folks are there counting these fish and giving that information to us along with some other informational tools that we use to monitor these runs. This is a collaborative regional effort. You can see the entities on the left side of the screen that contribute to that process. And we IDFG works both downriver in the Columbia as well as up here in the Snake to regularly coordinate with these folks to make sure that we're adjusting our seasons and bag limits accordingly for these fish runs if they're needed. So downriver, we work through the USV Oregon process as well as the Columbia River Compact. That's the two kind of bodies that work together to set the fisheries down in the Columbia and in the lower Snake outside of Idaho. And then up here in the Snake River Basin, we have weekly coordination calls with a lot of these cooperators to make sure that our seasons are concurrent with one another, and we're making the adjustments needed to make sure we're staying within the guidelines for our fisheries. So I think it's important to spend a bit of time here on the Chinook salmon life cycle because this feeds directly into the forecast that we produce. So there's a couple of phases here. The fish that'll be coming back here that make up the bulk of our returns are going to be 4-year-old fish. So they started as eggs in the gravel or in a hatchery back in 2019. They migrated out to the ocean in 2021 as smolts. And then last year, the first returns from those fish came back as jacks. And those are the fish that spent 1 year in the ocean. Those jacks are what we use to make the forecast for this coming year. So in general, if you have very few jacks that returned last year, you're going to get very few adults that come back this year. If we have a whole bunch of jacks that came back last year, we're going to get a whole bunch of adults theoretically this year. Same is true for the older age classes of fish. We use that previous year's group to forecast the following year. So again, the adults from those eggs in 2019 are going to be coming back as adults this year predominantly, and a few of them will trickle in again next year. And so that's the nuts and bolts of our forecasting process. So I mentioned those fish that were spawned or born in the gravel in 2019, migrated out to the ocean in 2021. This figure here shows what the ocean conditions looked like, believe it or not, in 2021. And you can see on the far right of this table, there's a column there for 21 that's highlighted in a black rectangle. And that shows the conditions for that year when those fish moved to the ocean. This is a figure, it's called the NOAA stoplight chart. Stoplight because we have red, green, and yellow like a stoplight. And just like a stoplight, green means go or good, yellow means, well, let's hold back, intermediate conditions, and red is stop or bad. We have a handful of things that are measured by the NOAA fisheries crew out in the ocean. On the left, a lot of those are just water chemistry and water quality type metrics. And then several of them are related to, several of them on the bottom are related to food web type metrics that the fish out in the ocean are foraging on. So bottom line takeaway message from this is that in 2021, when these fish went out to the ocean, we had a lot of green and yellow, and that's good. So we had theoretically very good ocean conditions for these fish that'll be coming back as adults this year. And that's reflected in our forecasts, which are more optimistic than they've been for the previous years when you see a lot of red in this figure. So with that, let's get right into the forecasts. I'm going to show 4 figures here that look very similar to this. This first one is for the hatchery origin adults that'll be coming back this year. Just to orient you with the figure, the returns at Lower Granite Dam are on the left side of this figure going up the y-axis, and that's abundance of fish at Lower Granite Dam. We have the years across the bottom, and then the individual bars represent the actual returns from those previous years, with the forecast being on the far right of this figure in that checkered bar. So the 2023 forecast for hatchery fish back to Lower Granite Dam is 49,000 and change. That's slightly above the 10-year average of 43,000, but certainly not quite where we want to be. The 90,000 minimum escapement goal for our hatchery populations is what's listed in our fish management plan. And that's that's kind of the floor where we would like to be in all of these years. For our hatchery mitigation programs, that's kind of what's been promised to us. And that's where we want to be. And you can see we've only hit that mark three of the years in this time series. So we do have a ways to go there. Skipping over to the wild adults coming back this year. Again, same orientation for the figure. We have a forecast this year of slightly over 10,000 wild adults coming back, which is 2,000 less than the 10-year average and slightly less than what we saw as a return last year. You might be wondering why the wild returns are important. We're targeting the hatchery fish in our fisheries, but the wild piece is important for a couple of reasons. There are provisions in the management agreement that sets harvest rates for the Columbia River fisheries, and the Snake River wild component is a significant part of those provisions. So depending on how many of these wild fish are coming back to Idaho, that can actually constrain the fisheries downriver in the Columbia. Similarly, up in Idaho, we have ESA constraints on our fisheries and our stocks in the state. And so keeping tabs on these wild populations up here is important for us to stay within ESA compliance. And again, getting back to what our goals are for these wild populations, the healthy and harvestable goal that was developed through the Columbia Basin Collaborative is 127,000 wild adults. And you can see we have a long way to go to get to that level. And that healthy and harvestable is the point where if we got those types of returns, we would be able to offer fisheries targeted to wild salmon stocks instead of just targeting the hatchery fish. So it's important to keep that metric in mind and realize that we do still have things to do to make sure we're getting up to that point. So what would happen if these forecasts materialized? This table turns those forecasts into our harvest shares, which are on the right side of this table. So our harvest shares are determined by accounting for the fish that are coming back in a given year for a given stock. We subtract out what's needed for the brood stock to make the next generation of these fish to be released. And then we take that number, that surplus that's above and beyond that brood stock need, and we divide it by 2. And that division by 2 is recognizing that both the tribal and the non-tribal fisheries have an equal share in this available harvest. So for the Clearwater Basin, after accounting for broodstock needs based on our projections, we have a harvestable share for the sport fishery of 2,491. For the lower salmon and the little salmon rivers, we have about 3,800 fish. And for the Snake River below Hell's Canyon Dam, we have 710. I also put the more summer run returns for the South Fork salmon, the Cimarroy, Sawtooth, and the Locksaw in the bottom part of this table. Of course, these aren't part of the action items for today, but I wanted to provide some perspective that we are looking at a decent fishery in the South Fork salmon and meager fisheries in the upper salmon if the forecasts come in. Luckily, we've got back to that run monitoring that I talked about earlier. We'll be able to monitor these summer runs as they begin entering the Columbia River here in the next couple of months. And when we come back to you in May, we'll have a good idea of what we're dealing with for summer fisheries. So we got the forecast developed. We had the proposals developed by the fish managers, and we went out for public scoping. We conducted 5 in-person meetings in Riggins, Lewiston, Orofino, Cascade, and Coeur d'Alene. They were well attended. We had 393 comments. 100 of those were in person at the meetings and 293 were online. And we had broad support for the proposals that we brought forth to the public, greater than 75% for all 3 of the fisheries. So that was certainly good news. So this was an example of the tables that were presented to our public for comment during that public input period. And it kind of lays out the framework of what these fisheries would look like under different run levels. You can see that second to last row is highlighted in gray. And this particular table is for the lower salmon, little salmon river fishery. And recall that I said there was about 3,800 fish available for harvest in that fishery. So that puts us in that 3,000 to 12,000 row. The fishery would be open 7 days a week, 2 adults from Rice Creek Bridge upstream to the Vinegar Creek boat ramp, as well as the Little Salmon River. And I guess wanted to show you this table because if we come back with any kind of in-season changes, they will be in accordance with the structure of this table. So if runs come in below and we're in more of the 1,000 fish range, we'll jump up 2 levels. And if we end up with more fish than we expect, above 12,000 for harvest, we would drop down a level. So really nice. We've got this framework. This has been vetted through the public. We have support for this structure, and it makes our jobs easier as we make changes in season. Similarly, for the Clearwater River Basin, we've got the same kind of harvest matrix here as well. Recall we had about 2,400 fish for harvest in the Clearwater, which puts us in that second to last row. And we structured our proposals according to this as well. And we've got a similar table for the Snake River fishery that's far less complicated, but just know that we work through those during the season as we go through that run update process. So that wraps, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, that wraps up my informational presentation today on agenda item 5A. You should have the proposal that accompanies agenda item 5A in front of you, and our staff recommendation is to adopt that, approve that as written. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll be happy to stand for any questions.
Questions, comments, commissioners? And then
Mr. Chairman.
please.
So I just wanted to make a comment. You know, I went to several of these meetings and I was very impressed with how much the public really knows about this stuff. And I was also equally impressed with staff and the way they have developed like harvest share per segment, and the matrix you showed us. This was developed with public input over several years, and it's an ongoing dialogue. And I observed it. I thought it worked very well. And so I'm pretty proud of the public and the staff. And this is truly a product of public input. And I think it works very well. So, and Joe brought pizza to the public hearings, and that helped a bunch. So
Thank you for that comment, Mr. Ebert. I certainly agree with everything you said, and pizza goes a long way to kind of smooth the waters.
The chair will entertain a motion on this action item.
Mr. Chair, I would make the motion that we adopt the season setting as presented for spring Chinook.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Mr. Chair, I'll second that motion.
Commissioner? Is there any discussion, commissioners? Hearing no further discussion, we'll proceed on a vote. All in favor? Opposed? Chair votes aye. And the motion passes. Chris, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And also appreciate John Casanelli preparing a lot of the materials. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to action item 5B, which is a petition to close trapping in Unit 39 and require placement of signage regarding traps at trailheads and within 25 feet of traps along public trails. Corey Mosby, staff biologist, will present. Hi, Corey.
Good morning,
Please.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. So, yeah, on January 20th of this year, the commission received a petition requesting rulemaking to require two things. Part one was a regulation that would prohibit trapping in Game Management Unit 39. And part two was a separate regulation requiring trappers to place signs at trailheads on popular trails or near cities and on public trails within 25 feet of traps and snares. We've developed a few talking points and a little bit of background about these two, the portions of this request. So let's start with this Game Management Unit 39 part. So just as a little shopkeeping, the commission has proclamation authority to open or close seasons, and therefore rulemaking is not required for this portion of the petitioner's request. So in Unit 39, just like across the state, trapping is a regulated activity. It's used to provide opportunity to license trappers, monitor wildlife populations, and manage wildlife-human conflict. Currently in Game Management Unit 39, if we'll all just take a look at our screens, wolf trapping is currently prohibited in the portion of Ada County that overlaps with Game Management Unit 39. 39 is large. It goes from the foothills of the Sawtooths all the way down into the Treasure Valley. Where Ada County overlaps with that large game management unit, think of that as the Boise Front Range, where a lot of the popular hiking trails and all are. Any area that's on public land is closed to wolf trapping. And in adopting the seasons that will be presented later today for the big game season setting process, that wolf trapping closure would remain in place for that portion of GMU 39. So let's move on to the second part of the petitioner's request. The use of traps in relation to trails has been a topic in the past. So in 2019, the commission actually conducted rulemaking with public input related to this topic. And that resulted in increasing the required setback distance of traps on paved trails to 300 feet and the setback distance for any public maintained trail to 10 feet from the edge. In 2020, the commission actually received a petition requiring signage associated with traps. And at that time, after the commission reviewed the materials, they ultimately decided this regulation wasn't warranted, primarily due to one, existing regulatory voluntary measures, two, the burden associated with this proposed regulation to the trapping community, three, an absence of risk to other recreationists, and four, a limited risk of injury to domestic dogs during outdoor activities. Now, a few, I think, just like overall comments about managing trapping as an opportunity in relation to other user groups is just like any harvest opportunity managed by the department, trapping is highly regulated. We have regulations on trap sizes set on dry land, mandatory trap check times, seasons for most species, and there's restrictions associated with trap setbacks on paved trails, any public maintained trail, campgrounds, and trailheads. Also, trapper education is mandatory for any trapper who's bought their first license after June 30th, 2011. And wolf trapping education is required for any trapper wanting to pursue wolves via trapping in Idaho, no matter their previous trapping experience. Now in that class, an important component of that educational opportunity is this discussion about ethics, how this user group as trappers interacts on the landscape with a multitude of other outdoor recreations. And it's difficult to regulate everything. So these ethics really come into play about the decision-making a trapper makes on where and when and why they would choose to make a set. The department actually encourages signage strictly on a voluntary basis, and we actually provide examples of these signs that are available to be downloaded off of our website. And then one additional piece is in 2021, the commission modified trapping rules to restrict the use of body gripping traps. These are traps intended to be lethal when set for the target species on dry land. This was actually a request from the trapping community as a preemptive approach to reduce this conflict with other user groups, in particular because of the lethality of that style of trap. So in consideration of these talking points, it is the staff's recommendation that the commission deny this petition. That concludes all of my talking points, and I might be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Corey. Questions, comments, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman. Wolf trapping in Idaho is a very necessary but emotionally charged issue. And I appreciate the people and their right to bring us this kind of thing. But I do have to say, one thing I don't appreciate, although it is well within their First Amendment right, is when you start reading this crap in the newspaper that's pretty loose with facts. It's dramatic. It's meant to elicit some kind of an emotional response from a certain base. They lose credibility with me. You know, I got to tell you, and I'm speaking to anybody that wants to, you know, try to write articles to the newspaper or whatever. You can say whatever you want, but if you want to maintain credibility, try to be a little more objective in your comments and your, you know, your what you put out there. That's just my personal opinion. I'm a pretty objective person, and I appreciate objectivity, but I don't appreciate fabrication. Maybe that's what some of these people believe, but I'll give you an example. Whenever we talk about doing anything with wolves, I see a whole bunch of stuff put out there. We're going to kill all the wolves, you know, and it's like, that's not what our intention is. It's never going to happen, but that's the argument sometimes people make. We're going to kill all the wolves. Well, we couldn't kill all the wolves if we wanted to, but we don't want to kill all of them. And so I just couldn't miss the chance to make a comment. And, you know, when it comes to credibility and you put stuff out there like that, it's a little harder to view as credible. Anyway, maybe I've said too much, but I had to say it.
Thank you, Commissioner Ebert. And certainly this is a subject that bears reminders for objective conversations and civil discourse. Commissioners, other comments?
Mr. Chairman, just a comment. I find it ironic of Don's comments, because that was the exact word that I've been thinking about since I read some of the things in the media was credibility. And I'm grateful that Corey, that you gave us that perspective, the historical perspective of where the commission has been with this already. And where I think of credibility is with the trapping community and the way that they've worked with the department, especially in 2019 with the trail setback, and then also in 20 with the body grip traps. And we've seen the signage come before the commission before, and we know what our decision was then. So I appreciate that working relationship. Trapping is important in our state, and I think that this petition goes against our desire to manage for a lower wolf objective. So I'm I know we're not voting at this point, but I'm not in favor of this petition.
No, Mr. Chairman.
The chair will entertain a motion on this item.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we accept, that we deny the petition as presented.
I would second.
We have a motion and we have a second. Commissioners, is there any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, we'll proceed to vote on the motion. Please, all in favor? Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Corey, thank you for your preparation.
Kathleen Trevor, your legal counsel. Just letting you all know that the process for petitions, if you deny them, is to prepare written finding of facts and conclusions that we will prepare for your review before that goes back to the petitioners reflecting your decision. So we'll try to get that to you today.
Thank you for
And
that
we can
reminder,
revisit
and that's important to memorialize the background, the thought process, and the decision. Thank you, counsel. Bless you. Okay. 5C, big game season setting. Now, for this item, what I'd like to do is go through deer, both species, whitetail, mule, seek a motion, elk, seek a motion, pronghorn, like that. And then bundle the wolf seasons, and then the final item is landowner appreciation. So, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks, good morning. Mr. Chairman, to answer your, well, to address your comment there, that is the way I've arranged the presentation.
Great.
Should be good to go.
Thank you.
I feel like there should be a drum roll or something. Lots of anticipation on my part, I know, for this. So my first time as state wildlife manager going through big game season setting. So I've watched this, I've witnessed this many times. I've never stood here at the podium and done this. So I will tell you that there is, we scoped with the public almost 200 preliminary proposals. So I'll get into some more details about that in a moment, but I will not be going through every single one of those 200 proposals. What I've done is I've gone through those. I've looked at the proposals, both the preliminary ones and the final ones, the ones that have the greatest potential impact, and also the ones that had the greatest amount of public input, which tend to be the same ones. That's kind of what I will focus on. We will go through each section. We'll follow the big game booklet in order, except that I will be grouping deer together into one group, and that will be one suggested motion. One quick thing, well, a couple of things. What you will actually be deliberating on are the tables and the hunt area descriptions in the booklet. There's a lot of text in there that will be updated, and so that's something we'll take care of, but is not something that will actually be part of the motion. On that note, I have one thing to bring to your attention. The big game supplement that you received in an email, let's see, early this week, and also the hard copy you have are the same. There is one change I'd like to bring your attention to. On page 53, at the bottom of the page, that second table, either sex elk hunts, the very last row there says new hunt, 63, 200 tags. The dates that are printed are August 31 to December 31. That should be August 31 to November 30. 30. 30. Yes. Other than that, the only change, we did change the cover on the LPH booklet. There's no change to the content, and I will talk more about that when I get to the elk section. Yeah, way up. All right, there we go. So just quickly, what I'll be going over this morning, I'll be going over or providing a summary of public input or of department outreach and public input, a brief update on winter conditions and feeding operations, the meat, the review of the proposed big game seasons, and then I do have a little summary on preliminary proposals that were dropped or modified based on public input or other considerations. And then discussion and motion to adopt the game seasons and LRP seasons. And that, as I mentioned earlier, those have been moved around a little bit so that the discussion and motion will be by grouping. We began scoping with the public on February 8th. That was open until the 22nd. During that time, we sent out, or we reached out to the public in multiple ways, media releases, media posts, over 90 posts on social media with over 311,000 views, which is a pretty staggering number in my estimation. Direct email to licensed buyers and tag holders, and of course, the Fish and Game website. Also during that time, staff had hosted 28 open houses and public meetings, including some landowner meetings, and had about 766 attendees total. Over that time, we received over 11,000 submissions and comments total. And I was kind of curious about where that 11,000 figure falls relative to other years. It's all over the board. 4 years ago, in 2019, we had about 3,000 comments online. And 2 years ago, in 2021, we had about 44,000 comments. So it's all over the place. Winter conditions. I think everybody here knows that we're having a real winter this year. The map on the right is the snow water equivalent provided by USGS or NRCS. Above average snow water equivalent, especially in the southern part of the state, or primarily in the southern part of the state. And that is reflected in our deer survival estimates. We have collared fawns and does that we monitor throughout the winter. Snow arrived early, especially in the southeast. And we've seen to this point, our fawn survival is below average statewide, not by a lot, but by some. But in the southeast, it's well below average. There's no relief on the horizon that we can see, so we expect overwinter mortality rates to be higher, especially in the southeast this winter. On that note, Fish and Game does have several feeding operations going on in the southeast and upper Snake regions. One in the Magic Valley region, Bullwhacker, is feeding about 90 elk, and that one operates every year. In the southeast, there are 18 feed sites, feeding about 1,500 deer and about 900 elk. The upper Snake, 21 feed sites with about, feeding about 3,000 elk, 75 whitetail, approximately 30 pounds. And it is worth noting that the deer feed sites in the southeast are primarily aimed at nutrition. the idea of avoiding a mass mortality event. Most of the other feeding operations, including the whitetail pronghorn and pretty much all of the elk, are aimed at baiting animals, either away from depredation, getting into stored crops, that kind of thing, or keeping them from crossing highways, public safety issue. Okay, with that, I will jump into the deer section. And one thing I will say as I'm going along, please, I will pause, of course, after each section for questions, but if there are questions along the way or something is unclear, please interrupt. And on deer, I will work through most of the regions and summarize the proposals. There are far fewer proposals for deer. Elk is the bulk of it. I think it's about 125 proposals originally out of that approximately 200. So in the Clearwater region, the proposal is to shorten the general whitetail season in Unit 10, in Unit 11A by 10 days, and that is a response to EHD. And that proposal was supported. In Units 8A and 10A, the proposal is to replace the muzzleloader only controlled hunts with an archery only or muzzleloader only whitetail deer only controlled hunts, and increase those tags. And that is a new and unique opportunity, providing those two weapon types on one tag. And those proposals were supported. Also in the Clearwater region, with deer specific to CWD response. In 2002, as you recall, hunts and tags were added for both mule deer and whitetail deer. Part of that was adding or increasing the mule deer buck control buck tag number from 180 to 380, or 160 to 380, and adding a 250 tag whitetail deer antlered extra hunt. The proposal this year is to keep those tag numbers, keep those that similar hunt structure, but cut those hunts in half, with half the tags being October 10th to October 31st, and the other half of those tags being November 1. And one proposal that we looked at was implementing a landowner permission hunt style deer hunt for private property specific to Unit 14 that would allow us to give landowner permission for harvesting deer on private property. LPH is limited to a minimum of 160 acres, and that doesn't really work with what we're trying to achieve. So we are tabling that for now. We can use bill permits in cooperation with landowners in the short term, and we will be exploring rulemaking to add a disease exception to that to the LPH rule with that 160 acre limitation. In the McCall subregion of the Southwest region, the proposal is to eliminate the youth-only antlerless mule deer component of the general season and replace that with a whitetail antlerless opportunity, and that proposal was supported. In units 19A, 23, and 24, extend the whitetail deer general season, an opportunity to expand that, and mule deer is the focus in these units, and those proposals were supported. And in Unit 24, the proposal is to eliminate the whitetail deer short range only controlled hunt, because that would now overlap with the change to the general season up above. And ironically, that one only had mild support, even though it overlaps with a general season opportunity, or would if approved. In the Nampa subregion, the only deer proposal is to eliminate the antlerless component of the general mule deer archery hunt in units 40, 41, and 42 in the Owyhees, where deer numbers are stagnant or possibly declining, and those proposals were supported. The Magic Valley region had several proposals. The proposals at the top there are are to reduce tags and undersubscribed youth-only antlerless controlled hunts in units 44, 45, and 52, and to reduce tags in the unit 45 controlled antlerless hunt. Also proposed is to change the either sex archery hunt in unit 54 to buck only and eliminate the unit 54 antlerless controlled hunt and the youth only antlerless controlled hunt due to recent survey results showing a decline in the mule deer population. And those proposals are supported. Two preliminary proposals were not taken forward as final proposals, and those are the unit 56 youth only antlerless proposal, which was intended to provide more youth opportunity and to create a tool to help address depredations. The proposal received very little public support, therefore the preliminary proposal was dropped. And the unit 54 antlered and youth only antlered proposals were dropped from consideration after staff analyzed additional data and determined further reductions are not warranted at this time. The preliminary proposals for those had public support. On the Southeast region, the proposal for Unit 78 was in response to concerns expressed about buck quality and increased archery participation in recent years. Our public comment generally felt buck numbers and quality were in a good place, and the loss and opportunity to potentially save a few bucks was unnecessary, so that proposal was not brought forward. The controlled extra antlerless hunts from Unit 70 and 73 are aimed at dealing with deer conflicts in developed areas and were originally proposed as a mix of archery, youth only, and short range weapon only, all of them private land. Support was mixed, with those commenting in person more supportive than those commenting online. The final proposal is a modification. Take forward the archery and youth only hunts, but drop the short range weapon hunts in consideration. On the Upper Snake region, there are no proposed changes to general seasons. The Unit 50 controlled antlerless hunt is proposed for a tag reduction due to declining highway collisions and declining depredations. The reasons that hunt was developed originally. In units 60, 61, and 62A, modify that youth only opportunity, change it from antlerless deer to either sex. And in hunt area 60A-1X, remove unit 63 from that extra antlerless whitetail. And the first two proposals were supported. The bottom one was split, but had very little input. So we are taking that forward as a final proposal. And in the salmon region, staff is proposing to expand whitetail opportunity by removing the private land restrictions and extending the season dates on the short range weapon only component of the general deer season and removing the private land restriction on 2 extra controlled hunts. Both of those proposals are supported. In addition, staff is proposing to remove the 28-1 and 36B-1 controlled antlerless hunts because they are undersubscribed and unpopular, and that also scoped well. So that concludes my portion on whitetail deer and mule deer. With that, I will be happy to answer questions.
Mr. Chairman, so throughout this process, one of the things I heard a lot from my perspective and ignorance, people said, the commission doesn't listen to us anyway, their minds are already made up. I heard that a lot. And so what I'm hearing from you today, correct me if I'm wrong, is we had proposals that we put out to the public. And then because of public input, you have actually modified some of those proposals. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, yes, that is correct. There's a lot that goes into developing a preliminary proposal, how we analyze public input and how that changes what could be a final proposal. And every proposal is different. I will say that if there is a biological imperative, you know, we view that a little differently than we would if it's really a social issue. And we can talk more about that with specific proposals if you want. But yes, and at the end, you know, you'll see more of that in the elk section. But in the end, I just did a count of how many preliminary proposals were changed or dropped when we put together our final proposals. And I'll summarize that for you. But yes, we do listen to public input. There's a reason we scope public input. Right? It's more than just telling them what we're going to do.
Right.
It's asking for input. And I think it's important to note in this context that scoping is just one way we ask the public.
Right.
I think as the commission is aware, we take lots of opportunities, including surveys. That helps formulate a lot of where we go with season proposals. But yeah, when it gets down to the nitty gritty, that's the season proposals are where the rubber hits the road. So yes, we want to hear the public's input.
Thank you very much. And I think, well, I think the department needs to do a better job of showing where we have been responsive. And I realize you're not ever going to reach everybody. I get that, but I actually heard that quite a lot. And I was sitting at a public meeting and I had a guy basically sitting 4 chairs away from me saying, your input doesn't matter here. Their minds are already made up. And I'm sitting there like, dude. So anyway, thanks for your indulgence.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Please.
So appreciate the comments, Commissioner Ebert, very much. It is just for awareness, something that we've had a great deal of discussion about recently, because I think everybody that works closely with the agency knows that we do listen to people. We can listen to everybody, but as former Director Schriever says, we can't do everything that everybody wants. And so I think I don't think we've fallen short on listening to people at all. I think where we've fallen short possibly is closing that loop. And I think that we do have an opportunity for a couple of reasons. One, we have the benefit now of having folks attend these meetings virtually. We didn't have that. That's a gift from COVID. And I think that's actually a good gift from COVID. So welcome to the folks that are attending virtually. And so more of transparency on how this process works. And that's something that I'll be pushing hard as director, is just more involvement and awareness of this process and the process that we had last night. But then the other piece of it is Rick will have a summary. He's going through it. But at the end of the day, when you make your decisions in the next hour, we will have a summary of that whole process, where the proposals came from, were they biologically based, were they based from public input, what we took out to the public as a preliminary proposal, what we heard, how we modified, if we modified them, what we presented to you right here, right now, and then what you did with them. And then it's a simple matter to actually, but we haven't done it very well. It's a simple matter to get that back out to the public via email. We have the emails of 11,000 folks that submitted comment. We can get that back out to them. We can put it on our website. So I very much appreciate what you say, and I couldn't agree more.
Commissioner Schreck?
Mr. Chairman, if I may. Rick, thank you for everything. This is awesome. A lot of good information. A lot of hard work went into it, so I appreciate that. In the southeast region right now, we're getting pummeled with snow, and I've had a lot of concerned sportsmen worry about the health of the population of the deer herd coming out of it. One thing that they're suggesting highly is for an antler restriction, so that maybe there's less harvest on these animals. Can you talk to me a little bit how these proposals will help recoup the population after this winter, but also on the antler restriction, on how that does or does not affect the recruitment process?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, I'd be happy to. And that is a discussion staff have had several times on that antler point restriction. So I'll start by saying that buck harvest doesn't drive the population. We have certain levers we can pull as managers, and antlerless harvest or the antlerless component, the doe component, the fawn production is what drives the population. So 2 years ago, during this big game season setting process, the last of the antlerless harvest in the southeast region was taken off the books. So that is our first tool when dealing with weather like this and looking at high overwinter mortality. We've already pulled all those levels. Limiting buck harvest won't change the trajectory of the population. It would, you're right, it would limit harvest next year because what ponds do make it through this year or this winter will be yearlings from this fall, and yearlings generally make up the bulk of the general season harvest. So there will be fewer bucks, but if it's a 3-point or better kind of setup, then all those yearlings are then would not be available to the adult harvest only. So, and then a certain number of those, we know that yearling survival in the wintertime is less than adult survival. So some of those yearlings would then go through another winter. You'd lose some of them. So there would be fewer adult bucks the year after. One of the things, so basically you're putting off, do we harvest them this year or do we put them off for a future year? But fewer of them. And the Southeast has a history with antler point restrictions, and we went back and we looked at some of those data to try and figure out what kind of effect it had on the deer population, what kind of effect it had on hunter distribution. And there were so many changes going on, we really couldn't tease anything out of the data that suggested an effect on the deer population. But what we did see when those antler point restrictions were put into place, we saw hunters go to other places. So one of the things we would expect if the Southeast region were to go to a 3-point or better buck general season, we would expect to see a lot of those hunters go to other areas. And then that creates issues, crowding issues in those other areas. So displacing hunters, I think, is an outcome we would expect to see. The effect biologically would be probably immeasurable. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you very much. And for the record, the local weatherman down there said that this is the biggest winter since 1983, which was a year after I was born.
Thanks for making me feel old.
Questions, comments? Commissioners? Rick, thanks for working through the deer portion. Chair will entertain a motion on the action items here. Commissioner Atterbury.
Sorry, I thought I was giving the nod to Ron. Mr. Chairman, I'll make the motion that the commission approve the season and dates as presented for the deer portion. I don't know how to word that any better. Oh, right in front of me. Technology. All right, I'll amend that and make the motion that to adopt staff recommendations for the 2023 and 2024 deer seasons.
I'd second that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We have a motion and we have a second. Any discussion, commissioners? Hearing no further discussion, we'll proceed to a vote on this motion. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Rick. We'll proceed to elk.
Mr. Chairman, commissioners, yes, we will proceed to elk.
Beautiful photo.
Like that picture. Again, I will go through kind of the region 1 through region 7, hitting the high points, and mostly what I'll be talking about are proposed changes that would affect the elk zones. I'll touch on a couple of controlled hunts, but it's mostly at the zone level. In the Panhandle zone, the proposal is to remove antlerless harvest in Unit 4 on both the A and B tags to address declining elk numbers in the Silver Valley, and that proposal is supported. On the Palouse Zone B tag, the proposal is to remove archery only general season to address hunter crowding issue, and that proposal is also supported. In the door shack zone, on the A tag, the preliminary proposals were developed to address declining bull numbers by changing the archery portion to antler only and changing muzzleloader opportunity. However, the public was strongly opposed to giving up all the antlerless opportunity, so that proposal was not brought forward as a final proposal. And on the B tag, the proposal is to remove the general archery hunt to reduce antlerless harvest and help reduce crowding. And that proposal is supported. In the Weezer River Zone, the preliminary proposal on the A tag was to remove the general antlerless short-range weapon only hunt, the youth-only antlerless hunt, and the antlerless any weapon hunt to manage the elk population within objective. The proposals were supported, but not by much. In response to public comments, a 150 tag youth-only controlled hunt has been added as a final proposal in addition to the original. The proposal on the B tag was to remove the cap altogether and also remove units 22 and 32A from the hunt area. Public support was slightly opposed to the proposal, with many people citing the need for a cap on a general antlerless opportunity. So the proposal to remove the cap was dropped from the final proposal. The cap is proposed to remain at 4,000 tags. In the Pioneer Zone, the proposal to take 5 days off the end of the muzzleloader season on the A tag and the reduction of the B tag from 2,500 tags to 500 tags was supported. The antlerless component of the Pioneer B tag was added in 2019 and capped at 2,500 tags, primarily to address depredations and to simplify regulations. That has been successful, and staff believe it's time to back off the antlerless harvest. So reducing the cap on the B tag in the Pioneer Zone has some ripple effects for outfitter allocation and for non-residents. Administrative rule allows for the commission to reduce outfitter allocation gradually over 3 years where biologically feasible. And that's what staff is proposing. 50% of the outfitter allocation reduction, or 50% of the reduction in outfitter allocation will come the first year, then 25% of the reduction for 2 years after that. So on that table, on that slide, 2022, that is the 21 tags, outfitter tags were allocated last year, 12 non-resident tags, and then the remainder of that 2,500 went to residents. In 2023, that allocation would drop to 12 tags under the proposal. Non-resident tags go on sale on December 1st, so they have already sold. Because it's such a small number of tags, we're proposing to let that ride at 12 tags. Resident would be 494, and the total would be 518. So it would actually be 18 tags above the cap. In 2024, the allocation would drop again to 8 tags. Non-residents would be fully reduced to 2 tags. Residents again at 494 tags for 504 tags. And then by 2025, it'd be full reduction for everybody. Outfitters would receive 4 tags, non-residents 2 tags, residents 494 tags. And that would add up to the 500 tag cap. I'm going to pause and ask if there are any questions on it. It is a little convoluted. We've all been down the outfitter allocation, non-resident wormhole before, so. Okay, moving on. In the Boise River Zone, the proposal is to add 5 days to the front end of the general any weapon antlered only season, where increasing elk numbers can support more opportunity. That also creates a unique opportunity because under this proposal, the start of the elk hunt would overlap with the last 5 days of the general deer season. And that proposal was supported. In the Big Desert Zone, staff proposed some aggressive changes to reduce elk abundance and address depredations, including removing the Unit 68 early archery hunt and replacing it with an either sex, any weapon, unlimited controlled hunt. However, public comment indicated strong opposition to the proposals and also demonstrated that the big desert zone has become a coveted elk hunt for many. Proposals were modified, opening all of Unit 68 to archery on the A tag and reducing the B tag to 250. Those modified proposals are intended to maintain the elk population and increase hunter opportunity over time. To compensate for the reduction in the cap and to continue addressing depredating elk, a controlled antlerless hunt for Unit 68 is proposed. In the Bear River Zone, staff proposed providing some additional opportunity where the elk population has been stable. However, public comment indicated opposition to the proposal, citing antlerless harvest opportunity on the A tag. The proposal was not brought forward as a final proposal. That is the sum of the elk proposals that I wanted to touch on. I do want to talk a little bit about landowner permission hunts. We had a total of 22 landowner permission hunt proposals specific to elk. That represents a net increase of 800 tags maximum, all of them antlerless only. And one of the reasons I want to bring this up on its own is because we generally have low public support for landowner permission. One thing I did notice going through the comments, when it comes to proposals like landowner permission hunts, we see, or I guess I should say proposals that have a lot of reasoning behind them that require some explanation. We see better support when people are asked in person than we see online. So open houses and public meetings, we generally see higher support. A couple of notes about landowner permission hunts. I say 810 tags maximum. Those hunts are they're designed to address depredation, and they are a type of controlled hunt. But the way they work is that if a landowner is experiencing depredation, and they're within a landowner permission hunt boundary, our staff can give them a slip. That slip can then, that landowner can then give that slip to a hunter of their choosing who brings it to the department and gets a tag. So these types of hunts provide a lot of flexibility, both in the number of tags that go out the door, but also in designing the hunt area. So these are really aimed at areas of chronic depredation. One thing we're looking at doing, we hear a lot of comments from the public on landowner permission hunts, and you know, they're in the big game rule book as controlled hunts, but it says right there that nobody can apply for them. Why are they in there? So what we're proposing this year is to pull them out of the big game rule book and put them in their own brochure. And I think it's really important to note that transparency is a big part of where we need to go with any type of change, but especially with depredation related hunts. So that is what we are proposing, and that you should have a handout of that brochure. I think what we're thinking at this point now is that would be online for sure. If people want a hard copy, we can print that for them at the regional offices. And one thing we do want to add to that brochure is some language at the beginning explaining what LPH hunts are, how they function, kind of what I just described. That is one thing that's lacking now in the big game rule book. Rather than adding yet more information to the big game rule book, we thought it made more sense to pull out the landowner permission hunts, put them in a standalone brochure. And I would love to hear any feedback on that.
Mr. Chairman, so you're talking LPH, landowner permission hunts, but this is landowner appreciation program?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, you should have another one as well.
Okay, okay,
Has the green on it,
okay.
and I'll get to the LAP stuff. Because one last thing I would add on LPH hunts is, as I said, the tags are a maximum number, and we have numerous hunts every year where we don't meet that maximum number of tags. It's a good tool to have in our back pocket. As I said, they provide lots of flexibility.
Mr. Chairman, if I may. Rick, so on the landowner permission hunts, it says elk and pronghorn only. Are there no deer landowner appreciation hunts?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davies, no, there are not. There are only elk, and all the elk LPH hunts are antlerless only. And there are, I believe, 3 pronghorn hunts. And I will touch on those when I get to the pronghorn section. But yeah, it is predominantly elk. So on that note, that concludes my section on elk, and I'd be happy to answer any additional questions.
Mr. Chairman, I'll go ahead with the motion if there's no comments. I would make the motion to adopt staff recommendations for the 2023 and 2024 elk seasons, including landowner permission hunts.
I'd second that.
Thank you, commissioners. In the motion, we have a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor
Aye.
and opposed? Chair votes aye, motion passes. Again, thank you, Rick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Moving on to pronghorn. So we only had 6 proposals total across southern Idaho for pronghorn. And the final proposals we have are a mix of adding opportunity, addressing depredations, and adjustments due to winter severity. Additional opportunity is proposed for Unit 31 in the Southwest region and Hunt Area 36A1 in the Salmon region, where pronghorn are expanding. Both of those proposals received strong public support. Staff originally proposed a 25 tag landowner permission hunt to address depredations in Unit 63. That proposal did not receive public support. Staff modified the final proposal to 20 tags to account for winter severity. In addition, staff are proposing to reduce 2 controlled pronghorn hunts from 25 tags to 10 tags each based on winter severity. Those proposals were not scoped with the public, but we are taking them forward as final proposals. That's it for pronghorn. So I would be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, questions, comments? All right, we have a motion for this item.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make the motion that we adopt the staff recommendations for 23-24 pronghorn season, including the landowner permission hunts.
Thank you, Commissioner Charette. Do we have a second?
I'd second that, Mr. Chair.
All right. And then Bobby, thank you very much. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Moving on to black bears, only 2 proposals were scoped for black bears. Staff proposed simplifying the boundary of the Weiser area general season hunt from on or within 1 mile of private to outside the National Forest System boundary. That received low public support. You heard a lot about that last night. That has been dropped from consideration, so that is not a final proposal.
May I ask a question? So when we heard comments last night about the confusing boundary, is this then you're telling me that's been dropped?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, the proposal to change that has been dropped, yes. So a lot of what I heard last night were, the way it reads is the National Forest System boundary it's an administrative boundary. It's not just the green stuff on your map. It's the Forest Service land. It's a boundary that doesn't show up on every map, and you really have to make a concerted effort to find it. So that's, I think, what folks were saying last night. And yeah, so that the proposal to change it to that has been dropped. So it will remain on or within 1 mile of private. Okay. The other proposal comes from is in the Salmon region, and has to allow electronic calls for black bears in all of units 21 and 28. And that proposal was supported. Moving on to mountain lions. In the Southwest region, the final proposal is to extend the mountain lion season in Unit 40 to June 30th. And to allow the use of a second tag in Units 41 and 42. Both of those proposals are supported. The other mountain lion proposal, similar to the black bear proposal in the salmon region, is to allow the use of electronic calls in all of Units 21 and 28. And that proposal is also supported. Moving on to wolves. One thing I don't have on my slide, but I will mention is in Unit 51 is to allow the use of expanded methods of take in response to chronic livestock depredations. This slide here shows gray wolf hunting. The proposal is to expand wolf hunting to year-round in those units that are shown in orange there on the map. There's already year-round hunting on private land in those units, so this would extend that year-round hunting to public lands. Overall, proposals were supported, but did vary by region. You can see in that table there, I think there was a majority support in every region except Magic Valley, but it did range quite a bit. So that preliminary proposal has been taken forward as a final proposal.
Could you give me this thing working? Could you give me an idea of says support, do not support? How many comments? Did you say that already?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, off the top of my head, I don't know what those numbers are. I could certainly dig that up, but we generally get a lot of comments on those proposals. And so there's a sizable number in there, but I don't know. For wolf trapping, really a similar proposal, opportunity that's available on private. Wolf trapping would be extended to public lands in those units shown in green. And that opportunity would be to open the foothold trapping season on September 10th. There are several units in there that are the white units where there is no proposed change. And that is units with grizzly bears and units 48. And this one did have much more variable support, lower support overall than wolf hunting. You can see from the table there, general support in the Panhandle and Clearwater regions, and varied quite a bit after that. So this is we are taking this forward as a final proposal. We've approached wolf trapping cautiously and haven't seen negative effects of early seasons elsewhere. So we're looking for consistency statewide. So Commissioner Ebert, to address your question, Toby just brought me the numbers on the comments for wolf trapping. So the tables that I provided up there are Idaho residents only. We do tend to sort that out. And the number of non-resident comments was not huge. 2 years ago, we had enormous numbers of non-residents commenting. We didn't see that this year. It looks like for the wolf hunting, in the support column, it ranges from a low of 52 individuals to a high of 168. So combined, we're looking at 100 to 200 people from each region for the hunting proposals. For trapping, actually a little bit lower numbers. I think the highest on here is about 150. Yeah, so not as high as I would have guessed. That concludes my portion on black bear, mountain lion, and gray wolf seasons. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Chairman? Oh, were there questions?
Yeah, I've got a question.
Commissioner Schreck?
Mr. Chairman, Rick, thanks again. There's a lot of concern in the Southeast about the quotas being reduced and the population being non-existent. What do you maintain to see a successful population of mountain lions in the Southeast area since the quotas have been reduced?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, yeah, there's a lot of history there. I guess the first thing I would say in terms of maintaining a population, every black bear, mountain lion, and wolf that is harvested is checked in with the department. So we keep very close tabs on those numbers. So we can see things almost in real time. If harvest were to get to a point that concerned us. And we have seen an uptick in lion harvest in the southeast region as we expected. I think that the fact that it's only been 2 years since we removed those quotas, we're still figuring out how that's going to work out. Combined with the fact that we've seen struggling deer numbers in portions of the southeast, and of course, with this winter, that just exacerbates that. We were not looking to add quotas back in. Doesn't say never, but at this time we were not ready to go there.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to adopt staff recommendations for the 2023 and 24 black bear, mountain lion, and gray wolf seasons.
Thank you, Commissioner Bob.
I'd second that.
We have a second from Commissioner Cameron. Any discussion? Hearing no further discussion, we'll proceed to vote on the motion. All in favor, commissioners? Opposed? The chair votes aye, motion passes. Rick, thank you for the preparation and very good delivery. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. There's more.
Yeah. Is this the landowner? Okay, landowner.
Just a little bit. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this is just a quick summary. I mentioned at the beginning. I went through and made a rough tally of changes we made from preliminary proposals to final proposals. And I think, really what I was looking at was how public input changed the proposal. Either we modified it or we dropped it. And at the top there, I've listed those out. 21 proposals total that were dropped or modified based on public input. Five in deer, 14 in elk, 1 in pronghorn, and 1 in black bear. It doesn't really speak to the magnitude of the change or the magnitude of the proposal, but it does give you an idea of the amount of changes we've made. And keep in mind, there were roughly 200 proposals. We did drop 4 proposals based on new information we had, and that was primarily deer in the Magic Valley region. And then winter severity, we dropped 3 proposals based on winter conditions, modified 1, and added 2 in response to weather conditions. Before I move on to LAPD, are there any questions on that portion?
Mr. Chairman, I had kind of mentioned something about wanting to see some of this stuff, so I greatly appreciate that. We're making an effort here to show our responsiveness and actually fact of what we do through the public process. So I appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, I thank you for that. One thing I noticed when I was going back through material from previous years, looking at the PowerPoint presentations that were done in years past, it is often mentioned in there that a proposal was modified or dropped, but it doesn't really get tallied or recorded much more than that, or some paperwork that's stuck in a file cabinet. So, I think after hearing what you've had to say and what the director said, I think we need to make a concerted effort on keeping closer tabs on that, so we can keep account, but also a record of what those changes were.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I have a comment. I think that the Fish and Game has made a real effort to get everybody involved, and it's getting out there better than it used to get out there. In our public meetings, and our landowner meetings, we had really, really good participation. And I think over the last 4 years that our participation has picked up, and people have realized that if they come to these meetings, they have an opportunity to talk And I think it's getting out there that they do make a difference. I think the people that are still saying they don't get an opportunity to don't take the opportunity, because it does get out there. Our public meetings and landowner meetings were well attended. And I want to commend the staff for the work they put into those meetings, because they bring posters and graphs, and everybody comes and stays after the meeting and visits with everybody. And it's a real opportunity for the public to have the opportunity to tell us what they think and what they want and what they want. And I think they just need to need to keep putting it out there like we are now, because it is working. And thank you. I appreciate you for all your work.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Cameron, thank you for that. It's always good to get feedback on how our public outreaches work. 'Cause sometimes it's hard to tell. Appreciate that.
Mr. Chairman, just one more comment. We'll let Rick proceed, but I think too, and I think I mentioned this in January at our commission meeting, the importance too of recognizing these proposals on the front side. A lot of times we just focus on what comes out to the public initially. And I think the public's perception is that everything is drummed up from the department, which is not necessarily the case. You know, we see organizations that bring forth recommendations from their membership who are hunters and trappers and things of that nature. But also as commissioners, I know we solicit our general public and the people that we're held responsible by of gathering some of their thoughts and comments and then proceeding that to the department to craft these proposals too. So it's this big cycle. And so it is public involvement at its finest from the start to the finish. And I think that part of the story needs to be reiterated as well. So thank you, Rick.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Atterbury, thanks for that. Well, I guess one thing I will mention in that vein, we've been working with our communications bureau on the state of deer and elk, which is relatively short videos explaining how we manage deer and elk, how we count deer and elk. One of the ones that we put together is on the season setting process, and it was time to go out before this whole thing. But you know, one of the points that we tried to make in that is that the opportunity for public input is not just at season setting. And that's something I want to keep emphasizing. I think it's important, especially with all these management plans we have that are coming out. Those really play a big part in shaping our season proposals. But the idea that the department is listening all the time, year round. And so trying to squeeze everything into just the season setting process is not anybody's best interest. Okay, moving on to the last topic, landowner appreciation, the landowner appreciation program that is designed to provide tags to landowners that have over a certain amount of acreage, provide them with controlled hunt tags that are added on top of controlled hunts. And a few years back, we went through all the controlled hunts and went ahead and set aside or added 10% of those controlled hunt tags to make them available for landowners. In the way the rule reads, in subsequent years, up to 25% of the number of controlled hunt tags may be issued only if the hunt is oversubscribed by eligible LAP applicants. So what you will see in that LAP brochure, the brown cover, most of what you will see in there are adjustments for season date changes, tag level changes, and new hunts that we are in the big game rule book. In addition to that, there are 4 elk controlled hunts that are proposed to go from 10% of the number of controlled hunt tags to 25%. 40-1 archery antlered elk, 52A1 any weapon antlered elk, and 2 antlered elk any weapon hunts in hunt area 70-. And with that, I'd be happy to answer questions on the LAP supplement or program.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for Rick. Rick, could you go back to this previous slide?
I don't know if I
So it says 4 elk controlled hunts proposed for increase to 25%. 25% of what?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davies, that is 25%. So each LAP hunt has a parent hunt. The parent hunt is what is in the big game rule. So every controlled hunt in there has an LAP component. The LAP brochure is printed separately. It only goes to land. So that the 10% or the 25% is the percentage of the number of controlled hunt tags in that parent. So the parent hunt has 100 tags in it. LAP will have, initially anyway, have 10 tags at 10%. Rule allows the commission to raise that up to 25% or 25 tags for LAP if that hunt is oversubscribed, meaning there's more landowners applying for that hunt than there are tags available. Okay.
Comments or questions, commissioners? Okay. There's no further discussion. I'll seek a motion on this one.
Mr. Chairman, I would make the motion, we adopt staff recommendations for the 23-24 landowner appreciation program, big game seasons.
I second that.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor? Opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion's passed. Rick, thank you, and the whole team across the state. This is a broad subject, deep. You know, this morning right now is a culmination of a big lift. It started 2 years ago, virtually, and well before public meetings, both with landowners and hunters and trappers, and then I can't imagine the synthesis of tons of both empirical data and comments. That's done so well. And as we've just all discussed, and Commissioner Ebert has commented on a couple times, with all that, further shaping the contours of a proposal. And so that this commission can be well informed and we hope make the right decisions. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may just take a minute, I'd be remiss if you can go ahead and sit down, Rick, that's fine. If I didn't just echo your comments as director, the season setting process for big game is definitely a big lift, and normally one hopes that they're doing it during kind of a slower time of the year, but having just toured around the region and had my eyes, I'd heard about it, but had my eyes opened up to some of the challenges that we're dealing with this year in particular with the difficult winter in eastern Idaho and southeastern Idaho and the feeding going on there. And then in the Clearwater region with CWD management, I mean, it is all hands on deck. And so to manage this process through with those additional workloads, it has been a tremendous accomplishment on the part of our wildlife staff. And we do have, and communications bureau staff as well. They're very much caught up in this. So we do have several of our wildlife managers here, and I just like them to stand up so we could acknowledge who they are and all the work that they've done here in the last several months. Stand. Appreciate that.
Oh, thank you, Director. And question for Dave Kosterski, who's our visitor from Canada. Would it be okay if we took our 15-minute break now? We just had a deep dive through a lot of information, and I think if we can pause, take the break just one section early, then you'll have our full focus. Thank you. And I'll be introducing Dave here in 15 minutes. Well, we are most fortunate this morning to have a international guest, Dave Kosterski. Dave's manager at the International Partnership Ducks Unlimited Canada. And was fortunate to meet Dave last night. We had some good conversations. You'll be hearing from a few of my colleagues, other commissioners who met Dave in Canada on an outing, but that'll follow Dave's presentation. But Dave, please take it from here.
Thank you, Chairman Murphy, Director Fredericks, commission members. I'm really, really happy to be here and thankful for the time on your agenda today to provide the two things I'm going to focus on is one, the logo rate in the middle called Fall Flights, partnership between U.S. state agencies and Ducks Unlimited to support conservation work on the breeding grounds. And then I'll talk more specifically about the relationship between Ducks Unlimited and Idaho Fish and Game in that program in general and in the partnership that's been a longstanding partnership. So this Fall Flights program, up until a couple of years ago, was called the State Grants for Canadian Waterfowl Conservation, or something to that effect. It had a long name. And so I've been working on this for about 20 years, believe it or not. I started pushing on this in about 2003. And one of the things that we always felt is that a brand, a renewed brand would be beneficial to the partnership. It would give something for people to relate to quite quickly. And it seems to really have grabbed hold across state agencies, having a brand and having a logo and something that maybe represents it a little bit better. And this one in particular, so when I started working on this, we had about 28, 26 states that were participating in the program out of the lower 48. We certainly don't expect Alaska or Hawaii to send money to Canada to do conservation work. But we have that. And last year, as you can see on the slide, we had 43 states. The dollars provided by state agencies to Ducks Unlimited back then was about 2.6 million. It's grown to about 3.8. And then today I'll just kind of give you a shot that it looks like this year we have all lower 48 states participating. We got the last three, Washington, Utah, and New York, all to agree to participate in the program this year, for some of them for the first time, some back in the game. And so we're going to have 48 states participating this year. And we're anticipating that total to Ducks Unlimited to push close to 4.4 million. So tremendous growth, tremendous commitment by state agencies. And we really appreciate Idaho being one of those partners in support of this effort. Collectively, over the years, we're talking about a $90 million investment by state agencies. That's a lot of money. That's $100 typically across most states. Right now, we're seeing 16 states that are at least half of their goal. The goal for the whole program, I'll touch on that in the next slide, but the goal is a large goal. And so it's always been a stretch goal, but we really have worked hard with the state agencies, doing task forces and various efforts to try to enhance this and move it forward. And so that effort collectively has really helped set this target become more attainable and more realistic to the partners. And then one of the new things that came out of our last task force was an idea of an AWFA, so the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, which your director and other staff attend, an actual coordinator for this program under them. So I work on it for Ducks Unlimited, but we wanted to have a coordinator under AWFA that would also help support this program and communicate it out to directors and state agencies. This is the task force objectives. The one that I really wanted to point out certainly are the two, the one in the middle, the $10 million goal. That's what it's been since 1991, the formal program. Now, states started contributing back in 1965. The very first states, Louisiana, South Carolina, and Ohio, started in 65. But so a lot of states started before the formal program through AWFA. But when AWFA said it was 10 million, it stayed at 10 million. There was discussions about increasing it, but we'll get there once we get more states closer to their goal. The number two is the other one that I really wanted to focus on, and that's trying to get all states, if possible, to 50% of their goal by 2026. And that really has become a priority and a real push over the last little while. These goals were set in 2021, and so that objective is at 2026. here's the current map of where states are relative to their goal, and Idaho's goal up there at 172,000. We've redone that share. And it's just so you know, the share is determined based on your waterfowl hunter numbers and your harvest relative to all the other states. And so you take the $10 million, and those that have the most waterfowl hunters and the highest harvest, Louisiana, has the highest goal. And then it just works down from there. So it's been the best proxy to try to find that relationship between what the benefit is to the state of the waterfowl coming down and their share of that $10 million goal. Now I'm going to switch to Ducks Unlimited. So Ducks Unlimited Canada is a separate NGO from Ducks Unlimited in the US. Although we're one large continental organization, we actually are a separate company. We have our own CEO. We have shared board members across the US and Canada. So for most people's perspective, they just think of DU, right? It's DU. And we are one DU. We do work on a continental plan. We do work on continental initiatives. We set continental priorities, but we also function as individual companies. So in our partnership with Idaho, the actual contract between Idaho Game and Fish and DU is with DU in the US. And then we have a relationship with DU in the US, and the dollars come to Canada through transfer of funds that are identified in those transfers. And it has state agency dollars identified specifically as they move forward north of the border. One thing that we're proud of being a large enough NGO is we want to be part of representing that we are a quality NGO. So we're part of Charity Intelligence, and we're rated very positively in all these categories. So we just want to, we're not just, relatively small NGO. DU Canada fluctuates between about $100 and $140 million company, depending on the year. Now switching to the conservation need relative to our partnership with Idaho, your ducks primarily come from Alberta, and I'll show you a slide on that. So when we talk about the conservation need, it's tied to something called the Prairie Habitat Joint Venture. So for most folks in the room, you may have heard of the North American Waterfowl Management Plan. It's been around since 1986. They do revisions, updates, so on. They're working on a new revision that's going to come out in 2024. That plan put in place this platform to set these big, audacious goals for waterfowl across the continent. That North American plan has objectives tied down to these joint ventures. So the Prairie Habitat Joint Venture is this area of Prairie Canada, including the Boreal, that sets these objectives every 5 to 10 years. So our current objectives for Alberta, it'll come up in just a second. So our current objectives in Alberta are in this scale. So by 2025, this is kind of 2020 to 2025, we want to restore collectively between all partners, including Ducks Unlimited, 91,000 acres of winter wheat annually. That one's an annual goal. 61,000 acres of new grassland, 10,000 acres of wetlands. That's restoration. And then we need to protect a couple 100,000 acres of wetland, 128,000 acres of upland. And then that bottom one is a new objective that the Prairie Habitat Joint Venture has set, and that's on grasslands that are for grassland birds beyond waterfowl. They will benefit waterfowl, but we've taken a specific effort within the Prairie Habitat Joint Venture to recognize the demise of the bird loss across the continent and the importance of those natural grasslands on the landscape to sustain and keep those bird populations where they at and hopefully grow them back someday. And so we have this added grassland objective. We are not typically using Idaho dollars for that work. We're looking to get new dollars into our joint venture to generate funds to go after those large grassland objectives. Here's the band return data. So some people get really caught up on the specifics of this, but really what it tells you is a broad story, that there's a strong relationship between the waterfowl that are banded in Alberta and harvested in Idaho. Certainly you get ducks banded in all kinds of places that you shoot here in Idaho. You get birds that were banded south of you that you shoot here in Idaho. But for the most part, what this tells us, as a general rule, your harvest, which is primarily, again, banded birds, is mostly mallards with a bunch of other species mixed in, but mostly mallards. Most of your ducks are coming from Alberta. And so that relationship of Idaho with Alberta and sending dollars up there has that data to support that relationship. Now, within that, our work within Alberta and the Prairie Habitat Joint Venture is to do the best return on investment conservation. And we do that by identifying priority. This thunderstorm map, red is actually the best. Red is the highest predicted density of waterfowl. And so we draw these polygons around these higher density waterfowl habitat areas. And that's largely driven by two things. May surveys, so the surveys that are done across the prairie pothole region in May to determine waterfowl densities across the landscape, and wetlands, so wetland densities. So what you use is an average. This isn't every year. This is the average of wetlands and waterfowl and where the best areas to do the work. And so what we always commit to as an organization is we're going to put at least 75% of our resources into those target areas. And so when we make a commitment to a state partner, that's the commitment we make. We also say that our highest cost programs, like conservation easements and land purchase, will be in those highest priority areas. Or if they aren't, we have to have some extra, review and approval in order to work outside of those areas. Because it's an obvious, we want to have the greatest return on investment. What do we do up there? Well, first of all, our challenges relate to wetland drainage across the landscape. That's a big one. In Alberta, there's a whole bunch of historical wetland drainage. We've lost wetlands across that landscape, and there's still current wetland drainage and wetland loss, primarily tied to our relationship with agriculture. And the big challenge there is what's the future? Certainly agriculture needs to be economically viable on the landscape. And what are the opportunities or incentives to provide to have landowners keep wetlands on there or restore them? We need to talk about that on a regular basis. Annual crops, that conversion of grass to cropland, that is a big challenge. Most of our upland or all of our upland nesting ducks need grassland. If they just have a roadside ditch and a little fringe around a wetland, the rate of predation is too high in order for them to recruit. So we need broad grassland areas intermixed within the landscape. Our general observation has been through our research, we need about 30% perennial cover on a landscape for it to sustain upland nesting waterfowl populations in that area. So once you get down to that, 20%, 10% perennial cover on the landscape, you're going to be in a landscape that cannot produce waterfowl productivity because your nest success continues to drop as you have less perennial cover. Once you get above kind of 40% perennial cover, we don't see a lot of gains in waterfowl. So it doesn't need to be all grass. If it's all grass, it doesn't hurt, but at least if you have 30 to 40% perennial cover, you've got a landscape that can recruit waterfowl in a positive way when it's wet. And then working with the cattle industry, having grass is one thing, having grass in good conditions is another thing. And certainly working with that industry to support, provide advice, provide opportunities to do research, to figure out what do we need to do on the landscape to ensure that the grasslands that are there are in the good quality for the waterfowl and other wildlife to grow. On the bottom end of its solutions, land acquisition. We can go out and buy land. Well, that's only palatable to a certain scale and it's only affordable to a certain scale. A lot of landowners don't appreciate land being purchased and set aside. Now, on the other side of that, I will say our land is often used during drought times as that bank of grassland for landowners to come and utilize. We put out more of our land for them to come graze during those dry times when they need the grass. And frankly, when it's dry, the waterfowl aren't there in the same numbers. So it's a win-win for both. We get our land managed, landowners get access to more grass, and we're seeing lower waterfowl densities because of the dry conditions. We do conservation easements, perpetual. All of our easements are perpetual in nature, which means they go with the title, they're on there forever. When the landowner signs that and we pay them, that goes forever. No intent to ever have that removed. And then we have agreements. Those are 10 to 30-year agreements with landowners to make sure that we have that relationship that keeps it on the ground for at least a period of time. We may pay them amount or we may not, but it just depends on the type of agreement. Restoration, we have to restore wetlands and grass. We do it through little ditch plugs like this one in the picture, or we do it through providing incentives to landowner to plant grass. Those are typically like 10-year agreements. Just get that incentive, get it, and also drive it into the priority areas that I identified in the map earlier. And then the last thing is to enhance or influence. We really want to work, I mentioned winter wheat. Winter wheat is a program where landowners plant it in the fall, it overwinters under the snow, and it regrows in the spring. The benefit to waterfowl, it's not actually a food source, it's a nesting area. Those crops, because there's little disturbance in the spring, you're not running a cultivator through it, they actually act as nesting cover. By early June, It's 10, 12 inches tall and waterfowl will nest in it. It's actually really cool. And it has very low nest density, very low nest predation on it because of predators don't typically search cropland or nests. There's typically not a food source there. And then working with the cattle and conservation grazing and so on. So the history with Idaho Fish and Game. We've been doing it for 34 years. Not many partnerships are decades long, and we're proud to say that we've had this partnership with Idaho for that long. Idaho has invested over those 34 years, $764,900 by our tracking. That's an impressive investment. $750,000 by this Fish and Game department towards conservation on the breeding grounds in Canada. Now, the exciting thing about that is we leverage your dollars. I haven't talked about the leverage yet, but every dollar that you commit to go to Canada, Ducks Unlimited will match. And then we take that and we apply for NOC, North American Wetlands Conservation. That's US federal conservation dollars that can go to the US or Canada. And so we take your dollar, we double it, and then we take those $2 and double it. And then the other part is typically your dollar is stronger than ours. And so we get an exchange gain. So this past year, $76,000 investment by Idaho turned into $380,000 Canadian to do conservation work on the ground. I'll hit right to the next slide. It gives you this kind of a return. You're talking about 188 acres of conservation easement, but also 207 with the bump up dollars that Idaho put in. So Idaho committed a certain number of dollars at the front end and then added some on. That added dollars on achieved another 207 acres of conservation easement. We do revolving land purchase. I haven't talked about that. Basically buying land, putting an easement on it and selling it. Often before we put the easement on those ones we buy, we restore the habitat. That's the best way to get a wetland back. It's really hard to pay a landowner to put a wetland back where it's been drained. But if we own it for a while, we can put the wetland back, then put the easement on it. And we'll take a hit on the sale, but we're willing to take the hit in order to get that wetland back. And so that's what that program's about. We lease a little bit of land, typically as a short-term approach to land that we can't put an easement on right today. The landowner may be interested in the future or doing an easement somewhere down the road. Wetland restoration, you'll see I talk about that as being really important, but I have it as other funded. Primarily the reason for that in Alberta is they have a large wetland mitigation bank. So industry, some agriculture, when they do impact a wetland, they have to contribute to a bank that generates funds. Well, we've been spending those dollars down in order to do the wetland restoration, and we can't use NACA and typically state agency dollars in those partnerships. It's not allowed to be used in partnership with mitigation. So we've been busy doing lots of wetland restoration, but it's all tied through mitigation. Conservation forages, that's where we give money to landowners. It's pretty small incentive, anywhere from $50 to $100 one-time payment to help them get land converted from cultivation to grass and keep it there for 10 years. It just gets that conversion back to grass. It's really valuable. And then the other one. The one I'll touch on the very bottom is habitat management. To me, habitat management is always a bad word to a lot of folks. They're like, well, we're not getting new acres. We're just managing. I don't want to pay for that. I want to pay for new acres. And my view on it has always been, if you're going to put an investment, you want a return on that investment. You don't invest money for it just to sit there and not do anything and get you any gains. To me, habitat management is about ensuring that you're getting the return on that investment. You can put an easement out there. You can put a land purchase out there. You have to continue to work to keep that in good condition so you get your return on investment annually so that habitat doesn't decline. Management's a critical part of ensuring you're getting that return on investment on your long-term investment projects. Just a quick move through. Here's just an example of a project. This one, even low, it's a revolving land purchase. So we bought it, we did some restoration work on it, and we sold it with a conservation easement. It's in a high priority area, waterfowl density 40 to 50 pairs per square mile. You can see we did a bunch of projects in this area. All the purple ones are ones that we purchased. The yellow one is an easement, and then that even glow is going to be yellow because it'll be an easement. You can see we like to work in areas, concentrated areas, high waterfall, high wetland density, therefore waterfall. This is what it looks like up close. You know, some of these properties have 20, 30 wetlands on a quarter section. Pretty hard to farm around. And this is just a drone footage of this particular project, giving you a bit of a bird's eye view. If it'll play, it's a big file, so we'll see. Press it one more time. There we go. So this is just seeing it from the air. This is what this landscape looks like. These isolated wetlands that could easily be drained. Many of these can be pulled together, could be drained off of the landscape. It's about keeping them intact, keeping the ditches out of there, putting that cultivated area back to grass. Here you can see there was a dugout dug in the edge of that wetland at one time. There's certainly a fence around this, so this will likely be fenced and used for cattle. And this one in particular, what we do on these is we plant that cultivation to grass. And then the easement actually requires the landowner to keep that in grass in perpetuity. Now, because some of that's tame grass, there is a rejuvenation clause that allows them to break it once every 10 years, farm it for a year, and then put it back in the grass. It has to get back in the grass, but it does allow them to rejuvenate. And that might be somebody's cabin someday. Maybe that's their waterfowl hunting cabin. Who knows? So just a picture that I gave you this snapshot of the 1 year. This is the last 5 years of Idaho investment in breeding grounds conservation. It adds up 204,000. That turns into 819. That's US. So you turn that into Canadian, it's over $1 million Canadian. You know, some big numbers, 1,100 acres of perpetual easements, 242 acres and so on. I don't need to read them all. You can see some pretty impressive accomplishments with a fairly small pot of money that you guys send up north for. Last thing I'm going to talk about is I had the pleasure this fall of hosting some of your commissioners, some of you, and the director and another staff person, Sal. It's always my pleasure to host folks. The landscape is pretty neat. The birds, the people, the wildlife, whether you see moose or not, sometimes you see them running across the landscape. It's always a pleasure to do that. I also like, just like you guys like to do here in the state, I like to have the agency partners come and meet our staff. I believe 1,000% in our staff. We have great staff on the landscape that work extremely hard in an NGO. May not be the highest paid people, but certainly dedicated people to getting the work done on the ground. So I had the pleasure of hosting a few of you folks. Here's a shot during the tour, looking at some of the habitat on the landscape. It's a real opportunity to see the wetlands up front, see the grasslands, and meet the staff and learn what it all we do. And they're always trying to be innovative, whether it be a tweak to a forage program or another modification to how we do wetland restoration. They're always trying to improve what they do. And so it was my pleasure. I really enjoyed hosting for a few days, and I think it was a great opportunity for the commission and staff to see what we do firsthand on that landscape. And it really helped that we had great weather. The last thing I'm going to touch on is this is just a message. You know, you've seen kind of a theme, pathways to sustainability. This is our annual report for this last year. I'll leave this with the waterfall biologist, Jeff Knetter. I have a good relationship with Jeff. He does great work in the flyway, and I've known Jeff for a while. And so I'll certainly leave that with him, but feel free to grab it from him. But it's really about this long-term sustainability. Sustainability is about working with the landowners, the people on the land, working with the partners, working with the hunting public. In order to get to where we need to be, we need to think about the long-term sustainability of everything we do, whether it's at a species level, a habitat level, or an ecoregion or continental level. One of the things I think that we need to broadly think about, we certainly have the North American Waterfowl Management Plan. I'm really strong in believing that we need to look continentally about grasslands. I've asked the question across many different areas that I've been traveling for the last while. I think some of our grasslands continue to be in peril. And when we protect grasslands, we're protecting wetlands because they're embedded. So I'm on a bit of a kick of saying, let's think collectively about grasslands like we did about wetlands when we talked about the North American Waterfowl Management Plan. There's lots of good initiatives regionally, but if we could put an umbrella that talks about grasslands continentally, I think we'll have a platform to really raise awareness. And we have an industry that wants to work with us. I heard a comment yesterday about how conservation and the cattle industry are really talking about how to work together. It's a little different than the North American Waterfowl Management Plan. We didn't have an industry partner right there at the table, but I think we do with the cattle industry. I think there's a real opportunity to say, what's the next 30 years of grassland conservation going to look like? And how can we work with that cattle industry to get there, right? But I really hope and think that our partnership with state agencies through the Fall Flights program that starts to look at how do we make a difference in grasslands is going to be critical to the future of many of our bird species, including waterfowl. With that, I also want to say thank you. Thank you for your long-term partnership. Thank you for your willingness to come up on your own time, come see the landscape. And thank you for your commitment to wildlife conservation. Just listening, getting to listen to the meeting last night, the meeting today, the passion from your staff, the passion from your commission on the importance of your work. And couldn't be prouder to have a partnership with Idaho Department of Fish and Game. I will add one little thing. I've noticed I've had a lot of duck pictures I'm looking for a duck around the room. Maybe I'll work with Jeff and we can get a duck somewhere in this room. We'll get a mallard mounted over here or something. And maybe we can add a duck into your little thing there. Okay. So with that, I'm done mine. I look forward to any comments from the commission or director on your trip to Canada. It certainly was my pleasure.
Commissioners, questions, or those who were fortunate enough to join Dave up in Canada, perspectives from your visit? It's a good time.
I have a comment, Chairman. It was a really, really interesting trip to me because I never realized, I mean, I've heard of the prairie potholes but I didn't really realize how important it was and how true it was that the prairie potholes where our ducks come from, where our ducks are born and they come from there. It's interesting. It's neat to see this picture, but you don't really get the real picture unless you're there, because it's all dry farms. It's all laid out in sections, and every section has potholes, water, bush. They call it bush. It's cover here. There's not only ducks there. There's moose and deer and of course coyotes. There's always predators, and I guess they have bears too. I didn't see any bears, but it was really interesting to me to see how it all worked together and how you could tell that the ducks are born in those potholes on those farms. It's all dry farms, and on the properties that they either purchase or donated to them. And it was interesting to see how they developed the old how they opened up ditches or plugged ditches and developed old projects where the farmers had drained the ponds and then they rewatered them, and of course paid the farmers to let them plug the ditches and rewater them. And it makes, if you're there, it makes complete and total sense, because the ducks can only have to go only so far when they're babies to get to the water, or they die because they don't make it if they don't get to the water where the bugs are. It was just really interesting. And the other deal on the properties that they purchase, they're all fenced and they're all walk-in. Anybody can hunt or fish or whatever they want to do there, whether it's upland birds or geese and ducks. And they're all signed, and so I mean, whatever they purchase is open to the public to hunt there. And those properties are awesome because they've restored the natural grasses and they've restored the wetlands, and they, like Dave said, they work with the cattle farmers and the cattle farmers get to graze them, and it's just a win-win for everybody. It was just a really, really interesting trip, and I really, really appreciated going and learning about it. The other thing that was interesting is the guys that work for them, they're called land negotiators, and they just go around to farmers and make whatever kind of deal they can to reestablish wetlands. And it's pretty interesting. I could see it'd be a really interesting job. It probably is not a really, really I don't know. They probably don't have a ton of success all the time, but when they do, it'd probably really be worthwhile. And I really appreciated the opportunity to go up there. Appreciate it. It's interesting to see 10,000 geese in one field and 6,000 or 7,000 mallards in one bunch in one field. It's just unbelievable, for sure. Thank you. Thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Chairman. As a beneficiary of this trip being postponed, I appreciate that. But there was a few things that stuck out to me while we went up there. The first one was the innovation that the Ducks Unlimited Canada uses to restore the wetland. They don't wait for government agencies. They come up with their own ideas and creative ways just to store the habitat. And that stuck out to me. I think that was very awesome that you guys go out on your own and want to secure the habitat. The other thing is on the way home on the plane, I sat next to a sportsman that was just learning how to get into hunting and fishing. And it came out that we went up there as part of Ducks Unlimited. And she turned to me, she says, man, those guys are awesome. She goes, they open up their public area for us to hunt and to fish, and they're restoring the population. So the reputation you have up there amongst the sportsmen is awesome too, as well, because you're promoting what they want. So those two things stuck out to me. You guys have a good reputation. You're very innovative in accomplishing your goals. So it was very good to see that coming from this end of it. So I appreciate that.
Mr. Chairman, Dave, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the invitation. I don't know that there's a whole lot more that I can add that my partner commissioners that went on the trip could add, but we have a pretty avid group of duck hunters that are generally at almost every commission meeting. And I just wish they'd have made this one and been able to see your presentation so that they could realize the work that is done up there on behalf of the ducks that they get to harvest down here. I'm really proud of the department for having the foresight in 1988 to partnership with you guys to be able to use some of our monies to help the greater good. I think that there's a valuable lesson here in that not only do we need to concentrate on the wildlife here in the state, but across state lines and even across international borders, because it's all interconnected. As Greg said, the work that you guys do up there, and to see the drained prairie potholes, and then to be able to see the work that you've done, the different field trips that you took us on up there to see that stuff was very educational. I'm proud of the fact that the Idaho Fish and Game has partnered with you guys, and appreciate all the work you guys do up there. Thank you.
Chairman, yeah, that's a good segue to me. So I don't have a lot to add to what the commissioner said. They said it very well, but I will confess that coming from the fisheries world, I had heard about the partnership, but didn't fully understand or appreciate it. So I was really fortunate to have the opportunity to go up there and tour it. And some of the things that really impressed me was how strategic and how science-based the prioritization of the work is. And you've got excellent staff up there. The heat map that you shared, that's kind of set up the stage for the rest of the tour, and that was really valuable. And then, as you noted, the focus on maintaining working landscapes and being collaborative and working with landowners. So appreciated all of that, and I think one of the reasons that we wanted to share this, and remember, Commissioner Davies, this is virtual now and it's recorded. So our Idaho duck hunters will have the opportunity, should they choose, to review this presentation at their leisure. But yeah, one of the reasons that it's nice to have Dave here is that we've supported this program, as Dave said, over the years with varying amounts of funding. And last year, our contribution was just over $75,000, and that's great. Our goal is closer to our interim goal is closer to $90,000, and the $76,000 kind of comes from wildlife program looking under the couch cushions, and we don't really have a dedicated source of funding for doing that. So we're committed to identifying a more consistent source and actually regularly getting to our interim goal beginning this year. And because the return on investment, Dave's presentation makes it so clear. And if you can see it on the ground, how little needs to be done to restore, whether it be the grasslands or wetlands. Very, very efficient opportunities up there for restoration. So I'm really pleased to be able to enhance our support for that program. And one thing that Commissioner Charette didn't mention, just by way of demonstrating the value of that program to Idaho, we did have the opportunity to do a little bit of hunting while we were up there. And the number of birds that one can see in a field or in the air at one time is staggering. But we did kill one banded bird, and lo and behold, that was a bird that was banded in northern Nevada. So it just demonstrating right there that connection between, it wasn't Idaho, but it was close, between the prairie parklands and where we live. So anyway, thank you, Dave. It's good to see you again.
Thank you so much, Chairman, Director Fredericks, Commissioners. You know, the partnership and your commitment to it is tremendous. I look at it as not a contribution, but it is a partnership and it's a contract. We're doing your conservation on your breeding grounds that happen to be in a location you don't have staff. And so it's about us demonstrating that we have the staff capable of doing the kind of work that your staff do down here, but up in Canada. And so that relationship and that trust in our partnership and our staff is really important to us, and appreciate the opportunity in the future of our partnership and look forward to another 30 years of partnership.
Dave, thank you very much. And Director Fredericks underscored the working landscape perspective of this, and what I've seen replete in your presentation, and I know is going across the states and now up through Canada for a long time, is bundling together biological sciences, social expectations, and economics. And that's what really keeps the continuity of this work alive. Thank you. Jeff, hello. Jeff Knetter, Upland Game Migratory Bird Program Coordinator. I have the title right. I think I do.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you. Director Fredericks, can you hear me okay? Dave's always a tough act to follow, but I think he sets the stage very well. I'm excited about the opportunity to have actually 3 agenda items that refer to migratory game birds. That doesn't happen every time the commission meets, but I'm excited for that. My intent today is to provide a brief overview of the migratory game bird season setting process. I've been told by former directors, I've been told by other staff recently that, geez, Jeff, why does this have to be so complicated? And man, the only thing that's more complicated than waterfowl seasons is outfitter allocation. So my attempt today is to demystify this process, if you will, and kind of walk through what is done on an annual basis to set waterfowl season. So I'll be talking about migratory game bird management in general, adaptive harvest management, the frameworks or sideboards associated with our decision-making space, very brief overview of zones and splits, hunter opinion surveys, how we attempt to gauge opinions from our constituents on the landscape, a very brief review of the commission action from last year, as well as the proposals that we are currently scoping for the 2023-2024 season. So migratory game bird management really starts with the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. This treaty was signed in 1918 between the United States and Great Britain. At that time, it was for Canada. Since that time, there have been several countries added to that. Japan, Russia, as well as Mexico are all signatories in the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. And what this does is it provides authority to the Secretary of the Interior to determine when hunting can take place. The Fish and Wildlife Service is the lead federal agency for migratory game bird management and conservation in the United States. As Dave mentioned, and I think the Migratory Bird Treaty Act emphasizes that, is the fact that this is an international effort, if you will. As you will know, migratory game birds do not obey political boundaries very well. So it is important for us to have cooperation between states as well as other countries when managing these birds. And the state of Idaho participates in this process as a member of the Pacific Flyway Council. So when it comes to setting seasons, adaptive harvest management has been a part of the process since about 1995. And this is used to annually set waterfowl seasons in the United States. This is an approach that provides a framework, or as I said, sideboards for making decisions on an annual basis. It identifies the optimal regulatory frameworks or alternatives for these hunting seasons. It uses biological data, as Dave mentioned, the breeding population survey, the habitat surveys that is actually observed in the previous year. So in 2023, for the seasons that you will set in April, we are using biological data that was collected in 2022. Now, there are a handful of special harvest strategies associated with less common ducks, such as northern pintail, canvasback, scaup, but by and large, our decisions are made primarily based on the number of mallards on the landscape. So another component of this process are the regulatory alternatives associated for each flyway. In the Pacific Flyway, there are 3 different options. You've got the restrictive option, which is 60 days long. This is the Saturday nearest October 1st through January 31st. You would have a bag limit of 4 birds today, 4 birds a day. On a moderate level, you'd have an 86-day season. Saturday nearest September 24th, again going through January 31st, with a 7-bird bag limit. And then there's the liberal bag limit. We've been in a liberal framework since 1995 in the Pacific Flyway. We have 107 days, and we can choose dates between the Saturday closest to September 24th and January 31st, again with the 7-bird bag. I think it's important to identify that the Pacific Flyway has the longest frameworks in the country. If you lived in the Atlantic Flyway or the Mississippi Flyway, they only have 60 days to hunt waterfowl there. If you lived in the Central Flyway, 74 days. So it's an important reminder that we really have a really liberal and excellent opportunity to pursue waterfowl. Our constituents really have a great opportunity in the Pacific Flyway. As I mentioned, we've been liberal here since 1995. And you can see that those frameworks have changed a bit through the years. From 95 to 2001, it used to be October 1st through January 20th. From 02 to 2018, we're looking at the Saturday nearest September 24th to the last Sunday in January. And then most recently in 2019, there was a change that extended that framework to January 31st. One part of this process that I like to remind all of us of is that the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, so that what the signatories, the US, Canada, all of us have signed on to, it allows for approximately 3.5 months of waterfowl hunting on an annual basis. The interpretation in the United States is 107 days. So that is the maximum that we can allow for any bird species and the hunting associated with it in the United States. So I've mentioned it a couple times, the federal frameworks, and this is what I think actually makes waterfowl season setting not that complicated, is that we have sideboards. We have outside dates from which we can choose the season to occur within. On top of that, you have a season length, the 107 days that we talked about, as well as bag limits, help determine the number of birds that can be taken on an annual basis by hunters. So what can hunters choose? So our decision space is how to distribute these 107 days of hunting between the Saturday nearest September 24th and January 31st is about 130 days. We live in a pretty geographically diverse state. So as you can imagine, hunters in different parts of the state might want to hunt at different times. And one of the ways that we can provide that opportunity is to provide different season structures in different portions of the state. And we do that through implementation of zones. On top of that, we have the opportunity to implement seasons that are continuous, those seasons that start on one date, run all the way through, and then end on another date, or a split, which would be a season that opens, closes for a period of time, and then reopens to essentially create 2 segments in your waterfowl season. So what exactly are zones and splits? These are special regulations that are designed to distribute hunting opportunities and harvest according to when birds are available to harvest or to satisfy hunter desires in different parts of the state. As we mentioned, Eastern Idaho, for example, typically has winter coming a little bit before the southwest part of the state. So those hunters tend to want to be able to hunt at different times of the year. So following up on that, as mentioned, these zones are a geographic area or a portion of the state. They have to have a contiguous boundary. So we couldn't have Valley County, for example, be part of the zone in eastern Idaho because they don't currently touch. If we wanted to connect them, we'd have to create a zone that would connect the two different areas. Something that's important to consider for duck seasons is that once a duck zone has been selected by a given state, it must remain in place for the following 5 years. So we are currently in a situation where there was a bit of an exception due to COVID, but the duck zones we have in place right now run from 2023 through 2025. So we cannot make any changes to our duck zones. Goose zones may be changed annually. And that is a federal decision, something that we cannot change currently, but that one of the arguments behind that is that's how we evaluate our waterfowl, or how we evaluate impacts to changes of zones on the landscape. What is the impact over that 5-year time period to determine how that impacts harvest or use? So one of the ways that we've attempted to determine when and where, or maybe where and when waterfowl hunters want to hunt is through hunter opinion surveys. We've really worked hard using both online and mail-based surveys to assess hunter preferences. We've conducted 3 different iterations of this through the past few years, 2012, 16, and 20, really to get a better sense of when waterfowl hunters want to be hunting. And a couple things that we've discovered so far, and these are the most recent results from the 2020 Hunter Opinion Survey. Over 70% of our hunters prefer continuous seasons. So they are not looking for opportunities to split seasons. They want to start on one date, end on another date, and not have any breaks in between. That's the majority. Hunters in Southwest Idaho prefer seasons that start and end later. And Commissioner, as you mentioned earlier, there've been an awful lot of hunters that have showed up at hearings in the past, and they want to go all the way to the end of the framework, January 31st. Please let us hunt until January 31st. Hunters in much of East Idaho have a little different preference. They prefer to have early seasons because their wetlands tend to freeze up a little bit early. So that covers Southwest and Eastern Idaho. The Panhandle's a little bit different. And the commission made a decision a few years ago to make a Panhandle specific zone. As you've heard in the past, duck hunters especially are kind of split. About 50% want to start early, about 50% want to start late. Canada goose hunters, on the other hand, they want to have seasons that end as late as possible. So those folks in the Panhandle, what can I say? They're difficult to please. So just a reminder of the commission action from April 2022. There were 4 zones for ducks, as you can see, and the season ran from October 1st through January 13 in zones 1, 2, and 4. So Eastern Idaho, Valley County, as well as the Panhandle. In zone 3, we had the set date season that started on October 19th and ran straight through 105 days through January 31st. As a reminder of the commission action that was done in May 2021, we had combined a couple zones in Eastern Idaho. Zones 1 and 2 were combined into zone 1. And then a new zone was created in the Panhandle to attempt to address some of the hunter desires in the Panhandle region. So moving on to the proposals for the 2023-2024 seasons. These were posted on our website this past Friday, March 10th, and they will run through March 22nd. And by and large, there are very, very few changes proposed this year compared to last year. And when it comes to ducks, you could argue that there are essentially no changes. Zones 1 and 4, we do have an opener that is proposed on October 7th. Last year was October 1st, but it's still the first Saturday in October. So it's essentially the same season structure as it was the year before. Just happens to be the fact that Saturday falls on the 7th this year, not the 1st. The difference between zones 1 and 4 and zone 2 is that they have a scaup season that starts a bit later and ends a bit later. So folks in Eastern Idaho and Valley County want to have an opportunity to take scaup earlier in the season. Folks in North Idaho want to have an opportunity to take those birds a bit later. And then also you see reflected there that the waterfowl season in Southwest Idaho in zone 3 would be that set season date that takes them all the way to the end of the framework, January 31st. Canada geese, again, very similar proposals to what we've seen in previous years. The one exception to that is the Panhandle zone. As I mentioned, there have been some challenges associated with trying to find a balance between what duck hunters want and what Canada goose hunters want. We do know from a public opinion survey standpoint, Canada goose hunters do want to end the season as late as possible. They also like seasons that overlap with duck season. We have an early duck season this year, and it's difficult to be able to attain both a full overlap and to have Canada goose hunters go as late as possible. So what you see before you is a proposal for two options. One is a straight 105-day season from October 7th to January 19th. The other one has a split season from October 7th to October 22nd, closes for a short period of time, and then would reopen on November 4th and end on January 31st to see if that will help satisfy some of the concerns of Canada goose hunters in the Panhandle. When it comes to light geese, there are no changes proposed by the department at this time. These are, again, essentially the same proposals that were brought to you last year for consideration. Again, it's just those opening and closing dates that change, but still very similar to previous years. The same goes for white-fronted geese. No changes proposed at this time for the season structure associated with those species. Swans. So for commissioners that have been around for a while, we implemented our first swan season in the fall of 2020, and it was approved by the Fish and Wildlife Service at that time as a 3-year experimental swan season. And so you might be thinking 20, 21, 22, 23, that's more than 3. Well, because the frameworks are set in advance by the Fish and Wildlife Service, we had an opportunity this year to say, hey, Fish and Wildlife Service will not have an opportunity to review our 3-year experimental hunt, and they granted the state of Idaho a 4th year. So we will have the opportunity to hold a 4th year of a 3-year experimental hunt while the evaluation is being conducted on the first 3 years of our swan hunt in the state of Idaho. The proposal this year is to be at least to have the start of the season concurrent with the proposed duck season opener on October 7th, and again, close on December 1st. 50 tags will again be offered through a controlled hunt application process that will occur from May 1st through June 5th. Again, the season and daily bag limit is for 1 swan. So moving on to dove seasons, similar proposal as last year, September 1st through October 30th. A reminder that the Migratory Bird Treaty Act will not allow hunting prior to September 1st. On an annual basis. So that is the earliest we can have a dove season within the state of Idaho or the Pacific Flyway. Bag limit remains unchanged. And similar to last year, the department intends to make a recommendation to provide an extended falconry season for those falconers that would like to pursue mourning doves from January 23rd through March 10th, which is the absolute end of the framework. And that proposal was something that we developed with the help of falconers and seems to be well received based on the input we received from falconers this past year. American crow, again, no change this year. October 27th to February 28th, there is no bag limit associated with crow hunting. And then moving on to sandhill cranes. So sandhill cranes are a species where we get an annual allocation from the Pacific Flyway in regard to a cooperative management plan that we have with the Central Flyway. Each state that has cranes has the opportunity to hold a season, and the number of tags is allocated based on the number of birds that are observed in a given state during the annual September survey. So what we see this year is a slight reduction in the number of tags available, and that's a reflection of the fact that our allocation went down this year. I think last year in 2022, the state of Idaho was able to take 290 cranes. This year we're down to 267. And so as a result, we're offering a few more tags in each of the hunt areas we have for sandhill cranes. As a reminder, proposals have been posted online March 10th. They will run through March 22nd. There is going to be a commission conference call on April 13th for the department to provide recommendations and for commission action in regard to the annual migratory game bird season setting process. And we are also holding some public open houses as well across the state. So with that, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks, that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to stand for any questions you may have.
Mr. Chairman, great presentation. Jeff, can you explain why the difference in the closing dates on Sandhill Crane from September 15th to September 30th?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davies, it depends on, I guess, can I go back to that? Ben? '21. I think the last. Right there. There we are. So through the years, we've experimented with different season structures. And so as you can see, like in Fremont County, there are two different hunt periods. There's a 2-week period on the front end of the month and a 2-week period at the end of the month. And that was all about trying to spread out opportunity. Bear Lake and that particular hunt area are a much bigger area, and you can see that with the reflection in the number of tags as well. It was an opportunity to spread out that harvest just because it's a much bigger area. Those smaller areas, Fremont and Jefferson, tend to be a little bit smaller hunt areas, and Teton hunt area is a little bit different in that there is a priority to maintain cranes in that part of the world because it's a really important staging area and not to be moving them off the landscape and moving them to a different part of the state. So that's some of the rationale behind those choices.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I understand come April, the recommendations for migratory game bird season will be presented.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
Okay.
April 13th.
All right. Thank you very much. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that's a good question. Or Mr. Chairman, Mr. Commissioner, that is a good question. And yes, there are, and it depends on species. For ducks, the maximum number of zones we can have is 4. As per federal regulations, there is no option to go beyond 4 duck zones. Canada goose zones are a little bit different. You'll see that reflected in our regulations, or at least in the proposals. There isn't a limit on the number of zones that we can have for goose species. And one important thing to consider when it comes to duck zones is that if you have your maximum number 4, there is no opportunity to split seasons in any one of those zones for duck species. Again, that's a federal regulation. If we had 3 zones, we do have the flexibility to have splits within our seasons. But based on the input that we've received from the public through the years for a preference for continuous seasons, we've made the recommendation to expand that to 4 duck hunting zones in recent years.
Thank you very much, Jeff.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next on our agenda, rulemaking and legislative update, Deputy Director Amber Worthington. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I am really glad we got the boring stuff out of the way and now we can do the exciting stuff.
Now, you always say that, but this is riveting. I know that.
This is going to sound a lot like the regular updates I've been giving you every week. Hopefully this is one of the last updates around the legislative and regulatory affairs for this session. I'll first run through the bills, the ones that we've followed, much like we have during the week, and give you an update on where those are sitting. And then I'll go on to the other things. House Bill 143, which provides a 3-day fur buyer's license, has passed both bodies and is on the way to the governor's desk. House Bill 144, which provides the option of a lifetime license certificate, is also on the way to the governor's desk. House Bill 156, which is the bill classifying rattlesnakes as predators, passed the House and is moving to the Senate floor. Senate Bill 1017 that allows for a 2-year invasive species sticker through the Department of Parks and Rec has passed both bodies and is on the way to the governor's desk. Senate Bill 1021 regarding the Priest Lake outlet structure has passed the Senate and is on the way through the House on the third reading calendar. Senate Bill 1049 is the endowment land bill that allows for noticing posted public closures in an escalated framework for enforcement for violations. This bill has passed both bodies and is on the way to the governor's desk. Senate Bill 1084, which reduces regulation around certain USDA Class C licensed facilities, passed the Senate and is now heading to the House floor. Senate Bill 1085, which moves several outfitters and guides related definitions from rule to statute, simplifies the licensing process and provides terminology around allocated tags, also passed the Senate and is heading to the House floor. Senate Bill 1143, which is the shed hunting bill, just passed the Senate Resources and Environment and is on the way to the Senate floor. It had support from the Idaho Sportsman's Group. And just shortly after me and another presentation, you will be hearing more from Toby on shed hunting. Finally, new for you is House Joint Memorial 5, which came about in response to Idaho's denied petition for grizzly bear delisting. It passed out of the House Resources and Conservation Committee yesterday. This was brought in collaboration with the Idaho Farm Bureau Federation and asks that the U.S. Department of Interior and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to reverse the determination of Idaho's delisting petition and proceed with the delisting of grizzly bears in the lower 48 states. The department would like the opportunity to support this on behalf of the commission once it gets to the Senate Resources and Environment. If you indicate your approval, we can move forward with that. Mr. Chair. Okay, I guess I'm just making you aware that that is our intention.
Yeah, we didn't notice that as an action item, so we won't be able to take action.
Okay. On to the department budget bill. The appropriations bill has moved to the third reading calendar on the House floor. We anticipate a vote on that today. We're hoping it does keep getting moved to the bottom of the third reading calendar. It did pass unanimously out of the Joint Federal Appropriations Committee, so hopefully we'll get the same response on the floor. Once it passes the House, it will go to the Senate floor, then the governor's desk for signing. As reported during the last commission call, session 2023 rules are still in a holding pattern as we wait for administrative rules bill to pass. As a reminder, currently our non-fee rules only require passing through the Senate to go into effect, which they have. This rules bill will require a concurrent resolution, which means both bodies have to approve it before they can go into effect. This is similar to the current fee rules process. The admin rules bill is currently in state affairs. Even if that bill does not make it through, we still have our fee rule to be passed that is currently sitting in House Resources and now due at the third review on the 21st. Finally, session 2024 rules update. The rules that the commission approved in January have been approved to move forward by the Division of Financial Management and the governor's office. We have meetings scheduled for negotiated rulemaking in April for all zero-based regulation chapters, including Chapter 6, which is classification and protection of wildlife, Chapter 11, rules governing fish, Chapter 12, rules governing commercial fish, and Chapter 15, rules governing the use of dogs. We've also been approved to move forward with Section 406 of Chapter 8, which is the special weapons section muzzleloader. The direction is to proceed with the whole section for muzzleloaders and begin the ZBR process while advancing the request of the commission and sportsmen to address bullets. The intent is to conduct negotiated rulemaking over the course of the next 2 years to fully encompass all of Chapter 8 through the ZBR process with the commission, which the commission approved for the agency at their January meeting. And that wraps up my update, Mr. Chair, and I stand for questions.
Deputy Director Worthington, thank you very much. Next up, we have Mourning Dove Banding Program presentation, Regional Wildlife Biologist Eric Freeman. Eric, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and Director Fredericks. Good morning. I'm Eric Freeman. I'm a regional wildlife biologist working out of Pocatello in the southeastern region. Recently, I've spent some time with Jeff Knetter working on our mourning dove banding data and would like to provide an overview of the results of that work today. By way of outline, touch on why mourning doves matter, mourning dove monitoring and its role in the season setting process, and then provide an overview of the data from our current operational banding program. Mourning doves are the most numerous game bird in the United States and most likely in Idaho, with an estimated abundance in the country of over 200 million. They are the second most harvested game bird in Idaho. If you look at the table on the left, you see that they are second only to mallards in annual harvest. And a comparison there between several other popular game bird species. And then the graph there on the right looks at mourning dove harvest through time. You see a high point there in 2007 of almost 190,000 doves and about 80,000 doves harvested during the most recent harvest season. As an extensively harvested species that spans countries and states, monitoring and management is important. The first nationwide banding program was implemented in the 1960s to provide baseline population and harvest estimates. In 1966, a call count survey was implemented to provide an index to population size, to provide something to manage off of. And this looked like many of our sage grouse routes. They're designated routes, you drive it twice a year, and you note the mourning doves seen and heard on your route. From 1966 until 2013, call counts were the means of monitoring doves in the US. After 2013, we have moved to using banding data for monitoring doves because concerns started to arise about the validity of the call count surveys. If you look at the chart there on the left, the dashed line is the mourning doves that were seen on those surveys, the solid line being the doves that were heard on those surveys. And when those two lines started to depart and head in different directions, concerns about biases or habitat changes around routes or along the routes started to arise. The move was made to go towards banding data, in part because we could get annual population estimates, real estimates of populations and harvest. Today, mourning doves are managed with the nationwide banding program that gives us annual harvest estimates and population estimates in conjunction with two federal programs, the Harvest Information Program and the Parts Collection Survey. The Harvest Information Program is that survey that they ask when you buy a migratory bird stamp, how many ducks, geese, coots, doves did you harvest the previous year? Parts Collection Survey being they send out envelopes, you put wings from your harvested birds in them, trying to get at what proportion of the harvest is adults and juveniles. Look here at the harvest over the last 2 decades in the Western Management Unit. This is essentially analogous to the Pacific Flyway, and to see about 50 million doves averaging in the Western Management Unit. There's also an Eastern and a Central Management Unit that combined, essentially 150 million additional doves by way of comparison. To look at how you get from the data in the banding program and the harvest information program, those data collection pieces that we have, to an estimate, the kind of the bare bones look at that is, so if we harvested 80,000 doves last year in Idaho, which we would get from the harvest information program, and the banding program tells us that we have a 2.3% harvest rate, divide 80,000 harvested doves by 2.3%, and we get that there's ballpark of 3.5 million doves in Idaho. Is how the bare bones math there works. Brief look at reward bands, little gold bands that give you money if you report them from harvested individuals. And essentially, these are put out occasionally to get at what are reporting rates, what proportion of the doves with bands that are harvested actually get called in. because we need to get from a recovery rate to an actual harvest rate, because that's the important bit of data. And these reward bands allow us to do that. Brief look at how mourning doves are actually captured in Idaho. Two means: a walk-in trap, which is a passive trap. They can walk in out there on the left, they can walk in, but they can't figure out how to get back out. And then a whoosh net on the right there, which is an active trap, has a pull string and shoots a net over doves. A couple videos here, maybe, of a whoosh net and how that works. A slightly less successful attempt, and a more successful attempt. Once doves are captured, they are assigned as juveniles or adults based on feathering patterns. If they're adults, they're assigned females or males. You can't tell the difference when they're juveniles. Look at the pictures there, adult males being on the right, adult females being on the left. They're banded and released. How does this banding program translate into our harvest seasons? The National Mourning Dove Harvest Strategy has the Flyway Councils and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service approved a harvest framework and regulatory alternatives, like Jeff talked about earlier, that set forth what the season structure can look like, depending on where the dove population is in relation to some theoretical maximum. So for doves, we can fall within a standard, a restrictive, or a closed season, depending on if we're above 50% or between 30 and 50% or below 30% of that theoretical maximum. So as a state game commission, have the opportunity to ask, how do we distribute a 60-day season between September 1st and January 15th? Transitioning here to the statewide banding program and some data from that. Through the first 20 years of that program, we've banded just over 13,000 doves and had 366 band returns. Yes, that's not a big number of returns, 366, and you're right, it's not. Harvest rates on doves are very low, 2 or 3%, depending on whether you're looking at juveniles or adults. 75% of the band returns that we get are from Idaho. So the doves that are breeding in Idaho and that are here in the summer, 75% of doves are the same doves that are getting harvested in Idaho. Look a little closer, 60% of the band returns happen within 10 miles of where they were banded. Looking at the graph there, the map there on the right, breaks down recovery locations by region. A few things to note here. In the North Idaho, the yellow and the pink dots from the Clearwater and Panhandle regions, none of those recoveries have happened in Mexico. If you look at the red dots from the Southwest region, none of those recoveries have happened in Southern Mexico. And so it's not that that isn't happening, but there is a trend here that probably suggests that doves in the northern and western part of the state are doing things a little different than in the eastern part of the state. Looking at from the opposite direction, there are some doves banded at the yellow locations that then are harvested outside of the state that are then harvested at the pink locations in the state. It's not a frequent occurrence, 20 times over 20 years of 20 recoveries, over 20 years of banding. So it's not the norm, but it does occur. Both of those maps, you saw a bunch of doves that were from, east of the Rockies. Most of those being dispersal events of juveniles that are happening, outside what we typically think of flyways. The graph here looking at distance traveled between banding and harvest locations. We see that 0 to 10 miles, just about 60%, as talked about earlier. And then a dramatic lull, particularly between 20 miles and 500 miles from the banding location, and then a bump up to about 20% of the band returns happening outside of 500 miles from banding location. Again, a guess here, but probably that migration takes place very quickly And they're not spending time at places in between where they're banded and where they end up on their wintry grounds and spending time to get harvested. And they make that migration quickly. So most of the harvest happens on the summer or on the winter. Just a fun fact, the greatest distance between a banding and a harvest location was just over 1,900 miles from the upper Snake region to southern Mexico. Same graph here, but broken out by class, juveniles, adult males, and adult females. Just a couple things to note. One being from in that 0 to 10 mile range, that juveniles are dramatically lower, or greater than 10% lower than the adult classes. And then once you get out beyond 500 miles, those juvenile returns are higher. Again, guesses here, but likely maybe juveniles are leaving the summering grounds, the breeding grounds earlier in the year, making them less prone to harvest. And then when they show up on the wintering grounds, they're more naive and more likely to be harvested there. Look at the inset verbiage there. We've banded almost twice as many adult male doves as adult female doves, and harvest rates on adult male doves are higher than adult female doves, likely just behavioral differences there between the sexes. Looking at time elapsed between banding and harvest. See that in that first year, all those bars combined add up to about 60%. So about 60% of the doves of the band returns happen in the first year. And from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, from the flyway councils, when they make population estimates and harvest estimates, that's all that matters. Those are direct returns that happen the first year after banding. And the indirect returns are those year 2 through 7 returns. And while interesting, they don't factor into those population or harvest estimates, but suggest that harvest does continue for years after banding. Last graph here, that 75% of the harvest occurs in the first 5 days of the dove season, and 95% of the harvest happens in the first 15 days of the dove season. So a very truncated harvest within that framework. Take-home points, banding programs are integral to migratory bird management, and that interagency cooperation is important as doves and other migratory species span countries and state boundaries. Banding programs are an excellent example of citizen science. These are sportsmen are providing us data that allow us to estimate populations. Banding an important component for setting hunting seasons for species like doves, and doves are an important game species to sportsmen in Idaho, and they provide extensive hunting opportunity. That concludes my presentation, and I can stand for questions at this time.
There is time. Eric, and are there any questions or comments? Eric, thank you. And similarly to
Mr. Chairman. Sorry, a little late on the mic, but I do have one question. Appreciate the presentation, Eric, and I didn't know we had so many doves in the state and nationally. Pretty crazy. What effect do the Eurasian doves have on the mourning doves? I'm just curious.
It's a great question. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Atterbury. There have been several studies looking into competition between Eurasian collared doves and mourning doves. Everything that we know to date is that there is not a effect of collared doves on mourning doves. While there is some dietary overlap, that all the studies looking at places where there's not mourning doves and where there's not collared doves and where there is collared doves, that there isn't a direct effect, an impact of reduced mourning dove populations because of collared doves, which is, we hear that frequently, but the science to date suggests that that's not happening.
Thank you. And similarly, along with other migratory game bird seasons, mourning dove will be covered in April as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next agenda item to be presented by Toby Boudreau has received a great deal of attention. Shed pickups enjoyed increasingly as a hobby and also increasingly as a commodity. And in Idaho, that activity is affected by our neighboring states. I'm really keen to hear this update, Toby. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Director. Just a quick update. I don't want to stand between you guys and lunch. So anyways, shed hunting, shed collecting, shed gathering. It's becoming a bigger and bigger issue in the West. And this is just a review quickly of what other states are doing and some history about Idaho's shed collecting. So the history of shed antler seasons in Idaho was that in 1994, the commission restricted shed antler collection from January 1 to April 30 in part of the Upper Snake, and then in 1998 added the Southeast region. In 2002, the rule was discontinued and removed based on the fact that the commission didn't really have the authority over wildlife parks. And I think that's one of the important components of what other states have done is that they do possess the authority over wildlife and their parts as setting code. Idaho is also since 2002, we have closed WMAs to human access during severe winters, and we are doing that this year. I'd like to apologize. The graphics aren't really fancy because I did them. Didn't have some expert GIS person do that. So it is possible still for a dinosaur to do GIS. But these are the Western states that have shed antler gathering seasons. It's Wyoming, Colorado, of course, Utah has an emergency season, and Nevada. Looking at Wyoming's antler regulation, this is the red outline shows the area where they have a season. It was interesting that, Wyoming admitted at a meeting a month and a half ago that the reason they have a shed antler season is because Idaho had one. So in 1997, they implemented their first season and then extended the area to cover more of a boundary between Colorado and Wyoming in 2020. They have the same season that we had, the January 1, April 30, and it's closed to all human entry. Closure, of course, doesn't apply on private land. And this year, the Wyoming legislature added a 7-day delay for non-residents. So non-residents cannot go shed hunting in the controlled area until 7 days after. And also non-residents will now have to buy a conservation stamp for $21 in order to collect sheds. Beyond that, Wyoming also has a permit system for 2 of their big wildlife management areas, one near Du Bois and one near Lander, about 52,000 acres, that basically you have to get a permit to go in there even after the season starts for about the first 6 weeks. The permits are interesting. You get 1 permit and you're allowed 3 other people to help. Moving on to Colorado. They started their season a few years ago, and the green area, basically west of I-25, is where the season closure is effect. Same thing, not on private land, but a fairly large portion of Colorado. One of the things that Colorado did in their rules was they actually defined collect, which sort of elaborates on the search, locate, stockpile, possess. Because one of the things that some states run into is the fact that people are not, necessarily bringing sheds out of the woods, but they are going there, finding them, stacking them, tying them up in trees, GPSing their locations. And that regulation actually sort of helps reduce the potential for that action to take place. Colorado also has an interesting license demerit system. So the hunting license has 20 points possible, and there's 5 points per antler. So basically, if you get caught with five antlers, and each antler is, and if you're caught with 5 in your hand, or 5 or 1 each time for 5 times, it's the same accumulative thing. And basically, if you get more than 20 points demerits, you could have your license suspended. They also, on top of that, have a wildlife harassment law that
also increases, they apply that violation to folks that they do catch out collecting antlers. So interesting. Same season, January 1, April 30. Moving on to Nevada. They started the season in 2018, and it was reaction to more and more people going out on the landscape and causing wildlife to move around. It's only in some of the counties in Nevada, but as you can see, it's the Elko County, which borders Idaho, and pretty much the entire Utah border. So their season is, they have well, obviously it's the same, January 1 to April 30. Their open season is May 1 to December 31st. And they also require a shed hunting permit that you have to take an online course, and it takes about 30 minutes. And they started that in 2021. So more of a growing increase in regulation. The last state that has an emergency regulation this year is Utah. Their commission closed shed hunting starting February 7th and went through and goes through the 30th of April. That is statewide, not just one area. The last time they had a closure was 2017, obviously that same winter that we saw. One interesting statistic about Utah is they have an online course that you have to, it's an ethics course to go shed hunting. And about 30% of the courses are taken by non-residents. And when they mine that data, actually found that 80% of those non-residents don't buy any sort of license item from them throughout the year. So kind of an interesting way to go. Other surrounding states, Montana, Oregon, New Mexico, California, Washington, do not have shed seasons. But they do actually close areas to human entry. Mostly they're WMAs and habitat areas. And it's to protect wintering wildlife. One interesting thing, California actually, you cannot pick up a shed no matter what time of the year on their California state lands, but you can pick them up on public lands. So federal public lands. So kind of an interesting twist on that. With that, I'll answer any questions that you might have.
Mr. Chairman, Toby, thanks. The first question I have is, if the Fish and Game does not have the authority to regulate that, what entity would have?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Davies, so Senate Bill 1143, which Amber briefed you on earlier, would actually give the commission the authority on wildlife parks. So that change would actually give this governing body the power to regulate that.
Okay, so currently there isn't an entity that would manage that. This will give the Fish and Game the authority to do so.
That's correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if this is a time to ask this question or not, but obviously what comes up is how would you do it? I mean, how would you enforce a shed hunting restriction?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, enforcement is definitely an issue. Colorado found that it did add another thing to the enforcement officers' plates in Colorado, but they also said that it made a difference. I think obviously if it becomes a rule that our enforcement folks will do their best, and I think that having the ability to regulate parts and is really the important thing for us. And I think every state that has a shed hunting rule has said it made a difference in the number of people. In fact, Colorado mentioned that they had elk move back into areas that they had been basically chased out of by excessive numbers of people. And the shed hunting, gathering, there's a continuum of interest in it.
I mean, from the ultra commercial end to people going out and walking their dogs and saying, oh, it's a beautiful antler. I can pick it up. So yeah, I think it's enforceable. I mean, obviously, most of Fish and Game rules and regulations are about, people's voluntary compliance. But I think that it will help. I think that having a season that is similar to other states would probably be a good thing, basically, so there's no opening day movement of people. It could benefit deer and elk in some places, for sure.
Mr. Chairman. Yeah, if I may, see vultures swirling around the mic now and eager to address Commissioner Ebert's question. I'll just offer a couple of thoughts on that. With this legislation, first we need to see the legislation through, of course, and I feel pretty confident about that. It's getting good support. We have kind of characterized it as a need to focus on the protection of wintering deer. And as Toby, because we've got this severe winter going on in southeastern Idaho and the response of other states, and now we've got this kind of domino thing that evidently maybe we kicked the first domino off way back when. I didn't realize that, but as Toby demonstrated, there's kind of no end to how complicated this could be made and the different layers of administration and regulation that can be provided. So don't want to get ahead of the legislature, don't want to get ahead of the commission, because this would be through proclamation authority. You would have the ability to consider if you want a season every year in certain places, if you want to just use it as a emergency tool that you have in place, or a season in some areas, but with an emergency provision other areas. So there are a lot of different ways that it could be implemented. And I think when we get to that point, if the legislation goes through, I just think we kind of need to keep in mind to the enforcement question, the more complicated we make it, you start talking about permits and non-resident limitations and on and on and on. Number one, that would require additional rulemaking. Right now, you just have you don't have anything. If the legislation goes through, you would have the proclamation authority to set a season. If there was a desire to require some sort of a permit or license requirement associated with it, then that's a rulemaking process, which of course then would have to go back through the legislature. So I think at this point, if we're all thinking kind of simple and what is most necessary is the best, and then we can it can evolve from there. And Toby did have some interesting anecdotes about enforcement in other states, and Chief Wooten might as well. But the point being that I just got done talking about how busy the wildlife staff have been in response to this difficult winter. And it's not just wildlife staff, it's equally or more so enforcement staff. It's all hands on deck down there right now, trying to keep animals, where they belong, and then running around looking for, folks that have antler permits or whatever else, that extra enforcement burden. If it's not needed, we don't want to invite that. Thanks.
Chief Wooten and I are just going to add a few words. From my end, for clarity, what the commission authority the commission has now is to regulate the possession of animal parts, and where the past review of enforcement related to shed season is, the concern is not the actual possession of the antlers, it's what people are doing to get them and disturbing wintering wildlife. And based on experience and review of other states, if you limit the possession of antlers, what happens is, as Toby described, the using of marking, and people are still out on the landscape to do the activity and just wait till a later date to then go back and pick them up. So in the past, when this discussion came up, largely in 2017, it was the tools available really did not achieve the purpose. And that's why the legislation has a additional definition to give you authority over the activities related to the going out and being on the landscape and looking for sheds, which is different than the act of hunting as it is defined for live animals. So that's why there is a need for the legislation to give you the clear authority to regulate that particular activity. And as Chief Fredericks said, the legislation, Chief Fredericks, Director Fredericks, I'll remember what a title is. But the authorities for whether you need a hunting license, whether it is a separate permit, that is not what this particular legislation does. It is to give you the authority over the activities on the landscape and other things that could come with that are in the legislation as part of giving you some rulemaking authority to implement.
I don't have a great deal to add, but Director Fever, Commissioner, and to your question, Ron, I just don't want to, right? Sorry. Director Fredericks. I just want to make sure that you are understanding it's not the solution. It's not a black and white thing that we will be able to go out and solve if the code does pass. But like many of our enforcement efforts that we seek compliance on, it will take extra effort and extra time for us to go out and actually establish the probable cause that would allow us to issue somebody a citation for doing that activity. So it's just important that we all go into it with our eyes wide open and know that it's not a black and white solution. It's something more than we have now, and it would give us the ability to address specific circumstances. And then, as Toby alluded to, just the compliance effort of people who are honest, it will help with that portion of it. You're always going to have those folks, but it will be challenging regardless of how it's implemented.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other comments, observations, questions? Toby, thank you very much for the prep and the presentation. Let's see, we got looking at the agenda here with some time that we've gained. We've got a 15. Okay. And then let's break for lunch now. And rather than a full hour, how about we reconvene in 45 minutes, which would be 12:30. Okay, let's do that. 12:30 then. Welcome back, everyone. First agenda item after lunch, Wildlife Regional Biologist Jake Powell is going to run through Pronghorn plan for review and release for public comment. And that'll require a head nod from the commission at the conclusion of the presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commission, Director Fredericks. Well done, Jake. I'm really excited to be here in front of you today and present this draft Pronghorn management plan that will help guide pronghorn management in the state for the next 6 years. It's been 32 years since somebody stood in front of the commission and presented a pronghorn plan. So I'm humbled and excited to be here and be part of that. So we've been working from the previous management plan, which was written in 1991. And we did a good job of meeting many of the goals that accompanied this plan since its inception. And our previous plan, the 5-year goals were to maintain population of pronghorn in most units, allow increases in some units, and to reduce populations in other units. Another goal was to maintain or increase the mature buck component of pronghorn in all units. And the metric that they used was a minimum of 12-inch horn length for are pronghorn that were harvested in our any weapon, either sex seasons. Another goal was to maintain or increase the buck to doe ratios in all units. And the minimum established in this previous plan was 40 per 100. And there was a few units where they were managing for a little higher quality where that minimum was 50 per 100. Another goal is to maintain or increase pronghorn hunter satisfaction and to increase and refine pronghorn data collection efforts. And the last goal was to enhance and protect pronghorn habitat in Idaho. So prior to us kicking off this new plan, we collaborated with the University of Idaho, with Kenneth Wallen. He's a social scientist at the university, and he also works part-time for the department. And so the pool of respondents that we sent this survey to was any adult who had purchased a pronghorn tag between 2015 and 2020 that had a valid email. So we had over 14,000 people in that pool that we sent this survey via email. We had about a 40% response rate. So we had almost 5,700 of those people respond to this survey. And this survey focused on hunting experiences, preferences, behaviors, perception of pronghorn populations, and perceptions of crowding and hunter access. And overall, hunters are pretty happy with pronghorn in the state of Idaho right now. 2/3 of the hunters were either satisfied or very satisfied with their pronghorn hunting experiences. The one exception is there's overall general dissatisfaction with the drawing. And then there are likely still some crowding issues, particularly with archery hunts in some places of the state. But for comparison, that's probably a lot less than what we see with the crowding issues with some of the deer and elk hunters on some of our other recent surveys. So while working on this plan, we uncovered just a trove of old historic information regarding pronghorn management in Idaho. You know, unbeknownst to many of us, Idaho actually had a really active pronghorn management program in the state beginning, in the 1940s through the mid 1980s. And they were actively translocating pronghorn across the state. They were conducting aerial surveys on a lot of different populations on an annual basis, and they were conducting research. And knowing that these management plans, they're not meant to be a repository for every piece of information that we have for that species. We still felt that it was important to compile and save a lot of this historic information that we had collected so that it wouldn't be lost again. But it made this plan very long, too long, and so we shortened this plan. And so this plan that I'm presenting to you today is a standalone document, and it includes management objectives, strategies, and goals. And we also have a supplemental document. And I think yours, I have a picture on mine. I think your new one does not have the picture on it, where we compiled a lot of this old historical information that we found. And also in this supplement, in addition to that historical information, it includes some guidance for biologists. For example, specifications for building wildlife-friendly fences or rangeland rehab, post-wildfire, and capture and handling protocols. And this supplement also contains a lot of historical harvest information and regional management challenges. And we felt this information was valuable to capture and preserve, but some of its contents were a little outside the scope of a typical management plan. And it made the plan too lengthy. So that's why we have the supplement. We wanted to provide it to everyone. And one good example, the first record of a pronghorn translocation that we could find was in 1946 in the state of Idaho. They moved a bunch of pronghorn from Chalice over to the Jarbidge country. And we have that information because we had some old newspaper articles. We couldn't find any of that information in old PR reports or whatever. And, we scoured, the attics and basements of regional offices and pulled a lot of this information out of, cardboard boxes. So that's why you have the plan the supplement in front of you right now. Some overarching objectives and priorities of this current plan are to improve the quality of pronghorn population monitoring data, especially trying to get better estimates of populations and to understand population trends. We want to collaborate with private landowners, land management agencies, and other interested parties to incorporate measures that benefit pronghorn habitat. You know, for example, after a wildfire, how to rehab that rangeland. We want to increase our knowledge of pronghorn survival, habitat use, genetics, and other factors, especially how they relate to populations and to migrations. We want to maintain or increase pronghorn numbers statewide while considering depredation concerns and changing habitat conditions. And we want to maximize harvest opportunity and provide a diversity of hunting experiences in the state. And before I get too deep into the plan specifics, I want to highlight some of the recent efforts and work that we've been doing on pronghorn. So there's been a lot of recent interest in animal movements, animal migrations, and migration corridors. And a lot of this started with the Interior Secretarial Order that was signed in 2018. And it was intended to enhance and improve big game winter range and migration corridor habitat. And additionally, there's a lot of energy development projects that are proposed on public land. And so we've caught and captured and collared hundreds of pronghorn recently across Idaho for these projects. In addition, Idaho Fish and Game has financed 2 graduate research projects on pronghorn. And so we've learned a lot about pronghorn and how and when they move across the landscape, where important winter and summer ranges are, and how populations interact with each other. And this information helps us provide better technical service, for instance, to agency and others to mitigate any threats to pronghorn, or to know where to focus habitat improvement projects, or to prioritize migration corridors. So we have this, just a significant amount of location data now that we get from our GPS collars. And what we've learned about pronghorn movements and migrations is fascinating. And we have some really talented biologists that can take this big glob of points and create some really good maps. And Scott Bergen created these migration maps as part of a publication for the USGS. And again, they highlight important corridors, movement bottlenecks, migration areas. And again, it helps us provide better technical assistance and kind of prioritize habitat improvement projects and other things. Pronghorn migration, pronghorn have different migration strategies in the state of Idaho. So up at the top of this figure, we have non-migratory residents or short distance migrants. And then here in the middle, we have animals that congregate on a single summer range that disperse to multiple isolated winter ranges. And then here on the bottom, we have pronghorn that live in isolated summer ranges that congregate on a single winter range. And many of these migrations are crossing unit boundaries, regional boundaries, and even state lines. And these long distance migrations can create management complications for us. And here's an example I wanted to point out. This one pronghorn, it's labeled number A on your map. It's summered in Unit 49 up in the Wood River, the Little Wood River area. And it left, it headed for winter range on October 16th is when it left Unit 49. And during the course of its migration, it crossed 9 separate hunt areas that had an open pronghorn season going on at the time that it was there, before it reached its winter range in Birch Creek. And contrast that with the other pronghorn that's labeled B up in the northern part of Unit 50. It was only exposed to the hunting season in Unit 50, so a much shorter time period. And understanding these types of movements and where and when they're occurring, they're important for managers so that we can correctly allocate permits, that we can assign harvest to the correct population of pronghorn in which it comes from, that we can make sure that our harvest is targeting the intended pronghorn during the hunt, and that we can make sure that pronghorn are even available during the hunting season dates for a particular hunt. And so these long distance movements that cross, multiple GMU boundaries, regional boundaries, and even state lines, they make defining some of these populations very, very difficult for us. And we simply cannot manage pronghorn on a unit level basis. In every species management plan, we create analysis units for populations. So we manage elk within elk zones. We manage deer within DAUs, or a data analysis unit. We manage sheep and goats within PMUs, or a population management unit. But we really struggled with pronghorn, largely because of these long distance movements that they're making across these, just imaginary lines to them. They don't understand when they're crossing a political boundary or whatnot. And and I highlighted some of those in some of the previous slides. And so we strive for some meaningful analysis units, but we didn't want these so unwieldy that they were going to be difficult to understand or manage. So we wanted to focus our management effort on subpopulations of pronghorn. And we divided these herds into areas that they inhabit in summer and winter range distributions to approximate those subpopulations that we have. And some of these are well-defined, and others where we don't have a lot of location data, we had to base these on our best biological opinion. And these distributions will help managers and biologists better allocate resources and to know better where, when, and how to, perform aerial surveys, or to capture pronghorn, or how to determine the correct permit levels and assign harvest to that correct population. And there will be an opportunity to refine these as we learn more about pronghorn, especially in these places where we don't have a lot of collar data. In addition to the public survey that we sent out an informal survey to all regional wildlife managers and all regional supervisors. And their unanimous desire was a need to estimate pronghorn populations, or in the very least, a way to monitor population trends. And unfortunately, due to the diversity of habitats that we have in the state of Idaho, that pronghorn are using, they're pretty widely distributed. They're fairly low densities, and they're highly mobile, and they have a migratory nature. So there's not a one size fits all approach to monitoring pronghorn that's going to work for all populations. So a line transect survey with a fixed wing aircraft is kind of the gold standard for monitoring pronghorn populations. And this was developed in Wyoming. And this technique works well when you have high densities of pronghorn and relatively flat terrain. So unit 41, unit 42, unit 46 might meet this criteria. But like a narrow mountain valley, like the Persimmon or the Little Lost, this method isn't going to work. And so each region will need to develop a method that works best for them. Some alternative methods to estimate populations could be trail cameras. They could be collecting DNA via fecal pellets, and using genomics. And these methods may work for some pronghorn in some parts of the state, but we definitely need to investigate them further. And regardless of the survey methods, surveys take time, they take money, and they might even compete with aircraft that we're trying to use to monitor other populations of big game. And some people might argue that we've been successfully managing pronghorn in the state for a long time without a valid methodology to estimate populations. So why do we need to invest in one now? For example, participation in archery hunting for pronghorn has nearly tripled in the last 20 years. And we don't know if this is having an impact on our populations when we don't know how many there are. And we could be offering even more pronghorn in a hunting opportunity if we had a better way to estimate their populations. And pronghorn are facing an ever-growing list of challenges that they face, and I'm going to talk about some of these next. But it's difficult for us to know if our management actions that we're having, or if our mitigation efforts are working when we don't know how many pronghorn. So pronghorn face many challenges, and one of the most significant is loss of habitat from wildfire. You know, we've lost hundreds of thousands of acres, if not millions of acres of pronghorn habitat due to repeated wildfire. And the biggest challenge following these wildfires is the invasion of annual grasses, annual weeds that can outcompete our native grasses, our native forbs, and our native shrubs. And ultimately, they create this monoculture of a really high fuel load, which leads to larger and more frequent and more intense wildfires. And we don't have a good way to end this vicious cycle. And because it's really hard to rehab a rangeland after it's been, you know, converted to a cheatgrass monoculture, you know, especially where other land management agencies might have priorities other than wildlife to consider. But we are proposing to engage public and private partners to improve pronghorn habitat and make sure the needs of pronghorn are considered during in management decisions and during the planning process, you know, especially post wildfire. You know, fences are another significant obstacle to pronghorn movement and migrations on the landscape here in Idaho and other places out west. And many traditional migration routes are blocked or altered by fences, human development, and infrastructure. And while fences might be, you know, necessary, you know, especially to protect motorists along the interstate, but they have altered migrations and they have blocked access to historic winter and summer ranges. We are proposing to work with private and federal partners to ensure that important pronghorn migration habitat and routes are considered in management decisions. There's a lot of renewed interest in energy development projects right now, especially in southern Idaho. And many of these proposals are on limited winter range or they're in or on migration corridors. And it might not be possible for us to mitigate the effect that these could have on pronghorn, not to mention a whole host of other wildlife species. But we are proposing to work with interested parties to avoid, minimize, or offset the adverse effects of energy development on pronghorn populations. A good example of where we're employing this strategy right now is with the proposed Lava Ridge wind project in Unit 53. And we've captured pronghorn there, we're monitoring them. And what we learn from those pronghorn is going to help us inform mitigation that if that project ever gets approval. And we made some recent changes to pronghorn hunting rules that I wanted to bring up and let you know of. Like I mentioned earlier, archery harvest and archery participation has nearly tripled in the last 20 years. And we made some changes to address issues with hunter crowding, specifically during the archery seasons. And the first was in 2009. And a lot of you, weren't on the commission at the time, but we converted, pronghorn used to be a general, the archery hunts were general hunts. And in 2009, we converted those to controlled hunts. And the other thing that we did in 2009 was we had a concerted effort, and we worked with the BLM to help them enforce their rules regarding the placement of permanent blinds on the landscape by hunters. A lot of the issues prior to 2009 were because of these permanent blinds that were up year round, and people tried to take ownership of water holes. And you can see it worked. We definitely saw a decline after 2009, but it took about 5 years for that level to creep back up to the same level. And then in 2020, we made some other changes where controlled archery hunts were offered as a first choice only option. And you can see there in 2020, we definitely saw a decrease in participation that year. And it looks like it's trending upward right now. And then the other thing that we did in 2020 was made it so that any hunter who drew a limited pronghorn hunt became ineligible to apply for a pronghorn tag the following year. And you can see that drawing odds leveled off around that 4% range following that decision. So pronghorn tags are highly sought after. some pronghorn hunts are harder to draw than moose, sheep, or mountain goat hunts in the state. And pronghorns are obviously an important game animal for Idahoans. And I hope we can continue to make them a priority and provide some resources so that we continue to manage them for future generations of Idahoans. And I would like to just acknowledge some of the contributors to this plan. These are folks that either were part of the team that worked on the plan or reviewed manuscripts or even chapters. And hopefully I included everybody here. I probably should have added Rick and John on this slide as well. I did want to personally thank Leona Svankara. She lives up in the Palouse where they don't currently have pronghorn, but she was really instrumental and did a lot of the heavy lifting as far as editing and did all of the graphs and tables, and her help was indispensable for this project. And I want to thank her. And Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I want to thank you for this opportunity to present this draft plan to you today. And I would like to ask you for approval to take this plan out to public for the comment, public comment. And I would be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Chairman, I do have, go. So in reading through this, it talks about that it's proposed as a species of greatest conservation need in the 22 draft of the Idaho swap. Can you remind me what that species of greatest conservation need, what parameters, what does that entail? What does that mean?
I don't know if I'm the best one to answer that. Commissioner Davies, we might be able to phone a friend or something and get a better answer for that.
I'm reluctantly, Mr. Chairman, going to my button because I'm probably not the best one to answer that question either. But it is based on a range of criteria in terms of distribution and abundance and trends and population status. And so yeah, there is a rating system that we use to objectively evaluate with some latitude those native species that are identified for a species of greatest conservation need that would be eligible for state wildlife grant funding, and then ultimately for if it goes through Recovering America's Wildlife Act funding as well.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Great presentation, Jake. Appreciate that. I think, again, it shows the importance of having these management plans. That was a long time since we've had this, a long time. And my hats off to the department and my tenure on the commission of developing these plans for these species and putting these together to tell the story, know where we want to go with it. You know, as you showed that one graph or that picture of the migration, I could not believe that antelope had gone from the Littlewood clear over to Montague area. And, you know, I knew they migrated, but maybe not to that extent. But then, like you showed, some short migration. So appreciate you and the team putting this together. I think these management plans are super important to, you know, what we're doing, where we're going. So thank you for your effort.
Okay. Appreciate it, Mr. Chairman and Commission.
Excuse me. Chronic wasting disease update, Rick Ward, State Wildlife Manager.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks, hello again. I have a brief update for you on chronic wasting disease management. I know you've been getting updates on your weekly conference calls. So this is an update to that, little graphical representation and then an ask. Just as a refresher, the department control action began on February 13th, or the week of February 13th, in the Slate Creek drainage shown there on the map. And Slate Creek there is, well, runs left to right, but that is about in the middle of that control action area that's identified by that red boundary. And that has been a combination of agency control action and kill permits to willing landowners. The dots you see are all the samples that have occurred inside that sample or inside that control action area, not just samples that were taken during the control action area. And I wanted that on there so I could show all the positive CWDs. So the red dots are the positive animals, all deer, both whitetail and mule deer. Green dots are negative samples that we have back, and gray dots are Indian samples. As far as ownership and the different colored polygons, of course, it's Forest Service on the right side of the map there, the green. Yellow is BLM, blue is state, and then the rest of the polygons are various types of private land ownership with where landowners are either have a kill permit or are allowing agency control action on their property or a combination of both. And to date, as of well, March 10th, that would have been last Friday. 375 total animals have been removed within the control action boundary. Of those, 247 white-tailed deer, 120 mule deer, and 8 elk. I use March 10th because the region is paused for this week, and I'll talk about a little bit more about that in just a moment. As far as who's actually doing the taking, the Department of Fish and Game in combination with Wildlife Services staff have taken 320 of those animals. 55 been taken through kill permits on private property. And a breakdown of where those animals are coming from: 65% from private property and 35% from the status on those animals. 19 positive samples have come out of the control action area to date. All of those are white-tailed deer. 200 out of those have come back negative, and 156 are still pending. So doing the simple math there, that results in a prevalence rate of about 8.7%. So that's only looking at the negatives and the positives to come up with that prevalence rate. So obviously still a lot more. So a little bit about the pause in action right now. Talking to regional staff, deer are actually getting a little bit harder to come by, which is what you would expect, and that's not a bad thing. That's an expected outcome. The overall objective, again, as a reminder, is to reduce overall deer densities. The elk sampling is really just that. It's sampling a handful of elk just to check the CWD status in those animals. Let's see. Based on some conversations with landowners and the location of those positive CWD samples, we are looking at expanding the control action area a little bit. So the colored polygon there to the south, that's some BLM and some private. We're looking for a head nod to expand the control action area to include that polygon. And then to the north, there's a small polygon there too of private property where we're looking to expand the action to. So on that south parcel, you can see right there, I can't point to it, but at the south end of the map there's 2 red dots. One of those, that's Slate Creek. One of those deer came out of there just this year as part of the control action. That's the bright red dot. The dull red dot was actually a hunter harvested whitetail deer in 2021. So some indication that there is CWD in that area. So we want to expand that control action area to cover that. And the private property in there, that's all willing landowners that the region has been working with on that.
Mr. Chairman. Rick, just a clarification. You said Slate Creek. That's John Day.
Oh,
Creek.
sorry.
John Day.
Yeah. Director, thank you. Yes, that is John Day Creek. My mistake. Slate Creek is up at in the middle. So thanks for that clarification. And Mackenzie Creek up at the very north. So we are looking to expand that control action area. The region plans to pick up the control action again, starting next Monday. And this is really the plan is to react as we get more information. So right now, well, through last week, we were still getting animals, although they're getting harder and harder to find. The idea is to pick up Monday, expand the control action area a little bit, and continue going in that direction, looking at taking animals out until it becomes unsuccessful, or we get to a point where we think it's no longer effective. One other thing that to consider or request we're making, directly across the Salmon River from Slate Creek, from the mouth of Slate Creek, that's Unit 18. There are a fair number of deer wintering over in that area. We would like to sample some of those deer. We want to assure that CWD has not made it across the river into Unit 18. So we would like to sample up to 40 deer over there. It's both buell deer and whitetail deer. So we are looking for a head nod there. And with that, I would be happy to answer questions or provide further clarification.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
Rick, did you have any positive elk, or do you know yet?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Cameron, we have not yet. Some of those are still outstanding. Those have been, we have not got all those samples back yet. Yeah, if that were to happen, you would hear about it. Say that. That would be a game changer if we were to get a positive.
Mr. Chairman, so you want to go south, and maybe a little bit of a rhetorical question, but because you have some hits right on the boundary, you feel like it's necessary and prudent to expand? I mean, nobody likes to kill all the deer, but could you expand on that just a little bit?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, yes, we do think it's prudent. The fact that there are two positives in John Day Creek, and that one from 2021 is actually just outside the current control action boundary. I think, a lot of the reasons we initially proposed doing this still hold. And now that we have two samples down there, I think it's the same reasoning. It's an opportunity that we don't want to pass by, an opportunity to keep CWD contained. Again, this is adaptive management. We're seeing how the samples come back, how many deer are in the area, and using that to inform the next steps. So it's not going in, it's not trying to eradicate deer, but it is trying to reduce deer densities.
Well, I don't necessarily like it, though I understand why.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, I don't think any of us like it, in all fairness, but we do feel it's prudent management decision.
Mr. Chairman, just a follow-up question to that. So we've got a couple of different areas, understanding why we're maybe want to gather some more samples. So I guess the question would be, because nobody wants to see this continue, right? But we want to have good data. So if we find positives in these two new areas, do we continue to dance around the peripheral of the Slate Creek area, if you will? I guess where do we stop? Is the $1 million question. And hopefully we don't find positives in these two new areas, but if we do, then what?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Atterbury, that's the $1 million question. The approach has been to let the information inform our next steps. So if we were to find it in that, I expect I wouldn't be surprised if we did find some in that southern expansion area, hopefully close to John Day Creek. But that's the whole reason for expanding it, is to try and capture that. Well, let me, I guess a clarification. Are you talking about in these expansion areas for control action, or are you talking about across the river in Unity too? Or both? Okay, well, yeah, so I think potentially the expansion area could, we would have to come to the commission and discuss that and discuss it internally on what we want to do that. If it shows up in 18, we'll be having another discussion on that with the commission. That is a game changer, kind of like if we were to find it in there. So no, it is not, I don't think we don't want to be prejudgmental in determining what the management action would be if we were to find it in Unity.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. So I appreciate the concern and the fact that none of us like it. And I think that the figure that we're looking at doesn't depict all the dots that we know in the whole area from all of our sampling. And so I think we drew a line and now we have more information to inform if that line was in the right spot. And there's some indication that maybe that line ought to be expanded out. And so I think looking to you for the head nod, and I think this just kind of reflects our continued commitment to keep you informed every step of the way as we learn more and kind of adaptively manage this situation. So, certainly our hope is that the line is mostly in the right spot. And once we get outside of that, we have very low or no prevalence. But given what we see there, I think we pretty much have to increase our sampling down south of that line. And then, the highway and the river aren't arbitrary lines, but they are not impassable lines. And so we have some samples from the other side of the river, but given what we're seeing right down here at the mouth of Slate Creek, it really warrants a closer look.
Thank you, Director. That was a good summary.
Colleagues, we have a head nod. Okay. Thank you, Rick.
Okay,
Got
thank
it.
you.
Let's review one another's reports from the 7 regions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be pretty brief. Before I get to that, I'm going to circle back on Commissioner Davies' question about SGCNs because my answer wasn't wrong. It just wasn't great. And for the record, nobody texted me a better answer. I did think of this on my own. But the fact is that we just submitted our state wildlife action plan to the Fish and Wildlife Service for review. And that's the plan that you all reviewed and approved for sending forward. In that plan, we have a pretty detailed description of how SGCNs were selected. And so I will identify those pages and get them back to you as a refresher. And then I just say that for the benefit of anybody that was listening and is also curious about how we identify SGCNs. So good question, and there's a better answer. So just in terms of director's report, in the Administration Bureau, the licensing team has been busy working with Brant, following up on our December 1 sale, and then the commission meeting in January where we committed to collectively working to improve that whole process. And so recalling that what we're intending to do is restrict customers to one login, enhance the system capability for the load, and then eliminate unnecessary processes for that sale. And that those discussions and planning processes continue to go forward so that we're better equipped next year for the sale. In the also in the Brant category, and if it's not one thing, it's another class, we are learning that the paper provider that we use to print out all of the products, our license and tag products and salmon steelhead permits, is going to end production. So we have a little over a year's supply of paper left, which is not great news. if you have a salmon or a steelhead permit, you know how long those are and how many deer tags you could make out of one steelhead permit. So one of the things that this is prompting us to do is test options for electronic tagging of salmon and steelhead. That's something that we have been discussing for quite some time. Other states have done it. And so we're likely going to be moving forward with an evaluation of that possibility because we've got to save paper. In the Communications Bureau, I mentioned how busy those folks have been helping out with big game season setting and rules. And one of the other things that Rick mentioned earlier was the state of deer and elk and those videos that are helping people understand, hopefully, how we use data when we form proposals. And this is all in the interest of making our processes more transparent and understandable. So I appreciate all the work of the Communications Bureau on that and the Wildlife Bureau. Chief Wooten has been very busy trying to fill conservation officer slots. So currently he has 11 vacancies, and that's something that just with the demographics of the agency and a lot of folks retiring, he's been challenged by that for the last few years, but we have managed to maintain the high quality of our recruits. December, we just had 6 of our COs graduate from their field training evaluation program, which is the last step of their training before they're off to their patrol areas. So that's good news. And we just completed the final phase of potential new hires, and hopefully we have 5 good new potential COs that we'll be bringing on board. So managing to fill those holes. But kudos to the officers in the meantime, because there are several officers in the state that have vacant patrol areas near them, which of course just adds to that already heavy burden. So appreciate their extra efforts. Bureau of Engineering, one of the great things that the department has now is about $5 million for deferred maintenance for our WMAs, hatcheries, regional offices, patrol cabins. That's all great news, but it does require a lot of work. And so Clint and his team have been busy working on contracts, designs, project oversight. So a heavy workload for the engineering shop, and there's I think 5 or 6 pages of the various activities that the engineers have going on in your packet. So you can see what's happening in the various regions. And Wildlife Bureau, we talked a lot about them today, and a lot going on with wintering animals and significant amount of depredations and trying to keep animals from where they're causing problems. And with that, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my director's report.
Thank you, Director. Up next is planning for our next meetings. We have 2 that I'll address here. We have a telephonic meeting, April 13th, 9 a.m. And that's for waterfowl season setting. Mary will be getting us out the telephone connections and so forth for that. And then come May 10 and 11, our quarterly meeting is over to Region 4 in Jerome with Commissioner Cameron and the R4 team. And again, we'll be getting updates as that gets closer. So that's, help me if I'm missing something. Those are the 2 upcoming meetings. At least the basics of where and when. Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, in conjunction with planning for the next meeting, I just had 2 things, if I might. So one item we identified from the big game season settings today related to the addition of some mountain lion seasons for second tag eligibility. So for probably your April meeting, we thought it best to give you an opportunity to review your discount order. So I just wanted to make sure that was on target for adding to the upcoming waterfowl season setting, or at least be prepared to do that if that is the choice of the commission, but just to try to line up the actions that you took today so that they will be consistent, or at least that you have the opportunity to look at your discount order to make a choice on whether you want to add those. So we did identify that as something we did not catch to bring to your attention today. But we would like to have that opportunity to bring that up at the April meeting.
Okay, well, it seems like the chronology to move that forward at that time and
And
the
then
logic makes perfect sense.
still your choice to do that. And then just to catch back on going back briefly to the rulemaking and legislative update item, because there was not an action noticed on that. Do want to make sure it is acceptable to the commission for staff to provide supportive testimony to House Joint Memorial. That is the grizzly bear memorial that Deputy Director Worthington brought to your attention somewhere along the lines of that. That memorial is consistent with prior commission positions on grizzly bears, and the department did provide input on that. So I just wanted to make sure there was not any objection to having staff be prepared if the committee is accepting testimony should it reach the Senate.
Looking to my left and right, no objection.
Okay.
Thank you, council. Session, do we have a motion?
I do. I move the commission enter into executive session under Idaho Code 74-206, subsection 1C and 1F